ModernaExceels. I'm Keith Landy, your happy healer lover. We are here once again to help make you money. And today we have a special program for you. Before we get started, I would like to do two things. A small open monologue, and also we've got a special treat for you. Meet Kevin was out saying some things once again, always spreading FUD. He's talking about how naked shares are just okay. There's nothing illegal about them, so we have to set him straight on a few things, and I think that this will be a great time to do that. So meet Kevin. As you know, if you haven't heard of him before, he's a YouTuber who does finance videos. He's also running for the state of California. He wants to be governor over there. Right? This guy, if you only knew him, he's all about greed in my eyes. He's not focused on what's right for people. He doesn't seem to have any hope that he's going to change anytime soon. He's already kicked your happy healer out of his life. Well, that was his choice in so many words. I certainly have my own choice in that, and I was not about to help somebody who's doing greed hell. So that's just the way that had to go. And we're getting ready to start with a video that I think Meaty McGreedy has earned himself, most certainly. Right now I'm loading it up, so hang on with me just a moment. Okay.
Landy. I really want to get to it. Apparently, Keith doesn't like my explanation on naked shorts. Well, Keith, I might just stop streaming.
So I need to acknowledge that just doing the same thing, we have a 3-year outlook for inflation, now up to 3.7% by consumers. This means that consumers think in 3 years, inflation's still going to be sitting at 3.7%.
Pretty shocking, considering that's coming from the guy who said it was going down, not up.
Which is crazy. That's like way more than I would have expected consumers to think.
That's because you've been telling people that it's not going up for a long time now. This is nothing new for you, Meaty McGreedy.
It's possible we're going to have a lot longer transitory inflation than we previously thought, so we want to pay attention to this. And I know half of you are like, well, duh, we thought of that all along.
Yes, we get it, Mr. Meaty McGreedy. You guessed, and you were wrong. It's all good. We get it from you all the time. What you should be more specifically worried about are all those lies that are coming out of your mouth.
Folks will say, well, Kevin, what, you think they're just going to raise the prices and then they're going to lower them again?
Wait a second. Go back, Kevin. What did you just say?
Folks will say, well, Kevin, what?
Again.
Folks will say, well, Kevin, what?
So wait a second, you mean you were pompous enough to go and sue the state of California that your legal name to everybody else in this world is Meet Kevin, only for you to turn around and show that really you're Meaty McGreedy? Well, aside from that, but that you said hello and say what?
Folks will say, well, Kevin, what, you think they're just going to raise the prices and then they're going to lower them again?
Yeah, that's because his name is Kevin, and here he is saying it. Kevin, it's good to be a good and honest guy. I wish you'd watch your happy healer in action, because you just can't stomach being truthful, and we teach about that too. But that's because he wants to be known as Meet Kevin, but really what he comes off is Meaty McGreedy. Oh, Meaty McGreedy, that's all the time I have for you. We got to get back to helping things.
Landy. I really want to get to it. Apparently, Keith doesn't like my explanation on naked shorts. Well, Keith, I might just stop streaming.
So I need to acknowledge that just doing the same thing every day when the underlying environment that we're in has changed is stupid. I've got to focus on the real detailed research I think we're all looking for. So with that, I quit. I'm quitting. I'm done.
And that's it. We had effect on you, Meaty McGreedy. You felt the good old happy healer, and you just said, I can't take too much more of that. That truth, it was just hitting you, wasn't it? And you know, I'm not one to like to give a hard time to anybody, but something about you, Meaty McGreedy. You know, you got that special thing about you. It's just so that you're just doggone greedy. I can't believe how greedy one person really can be. You shock me, Meaty McGreedy. You honestly shock me with your greed, and I say you make a great case for somebody to not be like. The greed that you use makes you weak. It makes it so that the truth can shine, opening up your world, descending upon in it, showing you to be who you are. Your greed, it makes it obvious what you're about and what you're working for. And I've told you this before, it's not just your weak spot. It makes you vulnerable in what you already know is a very greedy world. Think of all the people who want to cause you harm. And well, trust you, Meaty McGreedy, while I know you have your heart out to take from people, I only want to help people, including you. No, you see, because that was not what you were about now, was it? Oh no. And that's where your weakness lies, Meaty McGreedy. Pay attention to your happy healer lover. Doing so will help you get command of your life in ways you never knew that you could. In charge of your time in ways that are true to your soul, with benefit of doing the things that you wish to do, serving the purpose and enhancing your happiness by living your passions, things pursuing greed will never allow you to do. But that's why last week I said you were a mind stuck on greed, and that greed makes you vulnerable.
So I need to acknowledge that just doing the same thing every day when
Well, Meaty McGreedy, just change your ways and stop taking from people.
the underlying environment that we're in has changed
Yes, and that's namely that yours truly has arrived.
is stupid. I've got to focus on the real detailed research I think we're all looking for. So with that, I quit. I'm quitting. I'm done.
Meaty McGreedy, naked short selling is not legal.
That was pretty good. Let's get that one last part in there again. Meaty McGreedy! Meaty McGreedy! You bastard! So greedy bastard! Welcome back. Time now is 9:24. Yeah, I don't take too well to these greedy bastards that are out trying to run the world. They got to know what they're about. You have to tell them the truth. You just have to settle with them. And so today I want to remind you of goal setting. We're getting ready to hammer into Moderna. For those of you, you know that we have a new price target here at ModernaExceels of $650 leading into the next earnings call. In fact, we have another video that maybe we'll play a little bit later when we get going, which is Meet Kevin throwing FUD at Moderna, saying, because now this is a stock that I told Meet Kevin to buy when it was at 147. He had previously entered it at 130. He thought he paid too much, and he didn't buy any more again, saying and citing to his 1.6 million viewers that he overpaid for this, that he wanted to actually get it cheaper. So he was looking at this stock, waiting for post-COVID, which was his first mistake, and saying that after then, when the price drops under $100, he'll get back in. Well, needless to say, he didn't get back in. However, I told him at 147 when I was still friendly with the guy and hoping that we could do some special good work together, and he said that $147 was too much money for Moderna. He has done the math, looked at it, and for him, he said he has to wait until it falls below $100 where he can then see value in it. But on the bright side, he heard about this mRNA thing and he wants to be a part of it. That is how clueless this guy is when it comes to sharing information to his paid subscribers. And I mean, these guys send him millions of dollars. Let's just say in his latest campaign for governor, he has actually these telethon kind of call 48-hour shows in some cases. I think he did a 24-hour in a row show, and he brings in a couple $100,000, squeezing his viewers. Namely, his course members, these poor course members who were fools who rushed in and then they were stuck in. And so, unfortunately, they didn't get their money's worth. But we do see Moderna as going up today. We're going to have to feel it out. Yesterday, some of you, I know Jason, good morning. I know you got off to a great start and it worked out really well for you personally. I waited until I seen some projection in my own mind. I've already always see it, but so far it's going up in these days. But I wanted to see the daily vibe get going. I wanted to see the vibe set. I wanted to see the pattern get into itself. And by the time, to me, it was obvious it was going up because that's all it did. But we didn't let it go too far, I would say. We did eventually get in. It was obvious it wasn't coming back down. I felt that if it was going to do anything normal, it would come back down and then reset. But now that Meaty McGreedy's mentioning it, a lot of other people are mentioning it. We have 3 minutes to the open. I really suspect that today has a really good chance of running. We get the MOAS going, which is the mother of all short squeezes. Or we could just get a nice good short squeeze going. I think yesterday we had a minimal, I won't say a huge short squeeze, a minimal. I think there's a lot more to squeeze out of this baby. And forget about it. If we get the gamma squeeze going and we really get a good, FOMO feel to this, there's already a lot of people familiar about it. Moderna is super popular. If you're listening to your Happy Healer lover, you got in there early enough. Remember your goals. Take some money. Put them aside for your goals. Do not become out of this a loser after having won so much. Make sure you, if you want to be courageous and have a huge bet where you can lose a lot, well, then you better know that about you. You can handle a loss. That after you lose, that you're okay with life. So I would say it's better to be prudent and be careful. Don't just follow what I'm doing because I might be going in heavy or not heavy or whatever I'm doing, which you'll find out when I do it. And so that's pretty much where we're at. Time now is 9:29. And as you can see, we've got $485 for Moderna, getting ready to open up the market here. Not a moment too late. We used every ounce of that time for the opening monologue. I hope you enjoyed it. And having that pre-arranged media for you, that was special just for you guys. So welcome to the program. I think we're open now in just a moment. AMC is doing better, I'm happy to report, almost $37. And Moderna we're always happy with as of lately. There's nothing wrong with that baby. I'm going into Moderna myself, and I'm looking at making possibly, because the price had come down a little bit, we're open to get my order in there, but not if it's going to crash and burn the first thing. So I'm going ahead. What's the bid in the ask? Spread, not too terribly bad. So we'll go ahead and get that in there. Alright, so I picked up one call position, and that was for Moderna. It's up by $10. I suspect that today is going to be a rocker. Yesterday on my 2, let me put you on the other screen here. We could see it's already running, and that's a great feeling. Today we didn't wait. We got on board, Jason. We didn't wait for things. And so let's log into this bad boy here. Yeah, we're already up for the day, 1,600. I mean, this is how we do, because we're lovers. And we know we're going to make $500, then we're going to do the next one, and then we're going to do the next one. All right, we don't want to be cocky about it. We just want to be affirmative. We want to be so certain of our moves and so convinced and that we're taking the right precautions, that if you are taking profit on the table and taking it off the table because you want to make sure you have that for later, I support you in that decision. I think it's a great one. Already we're seeing a little bit of a step back from where we are just at to, I'm going to go ahead and, man, I hope it doesn't keep going back here. It looks like it's hard to say what's going to happen. We were up just a moment ago. I want to see that pump come back in. I think it will. I think we might have a buying opportunity present itself. I was going to jump in under the gun and sell that option, but it's really hard to sell on the way down. If you're going to do that, then it needs to be done when it's, mellowed and it's not moving too much. This is the kind of thing. So 478, that's pretty freaky deaky intense. Definitely not what I want to see happen this morning, but I'm gonna be waiting for this thing to come back up. Honestly, I'm not doing much else more until we see it, kind of make a come up here, which it will, I think. 478, and I want to buy more, but let's see if we can find a good price in, because that's really a good opportunity to buy in at this price, to be honest. And honest is all I'll ever be. So let's do it then. Maybe. I don't want to encourage you guys to do anything bad. Only do what you think is right for your future. Please. Alright, we're going to pull one of those back. And we're going to see, I want to go too terribly futuristic. Okay, so let's see. That's going to cut me back $10 to $10.65, and I think that's a good one to go. Now, anything could still happen today. Anything could still happen today. All right, we're going to go with that while it's on the upswing. Although, look how big these swings are right now. That's an unbelievable thing to look at, really. And in fact, in some cases, I have no idea what the hell went wrong here. We have a bid and an ask. Okay, that's surely what went wrong. So let's unlock that and see if we can get in. Oh, there it is. I think I heard it get in. Okay, so that's good. It's about taking a risk and being comfortable with risk, understanding that, it can go sideways. And we're in it now. I think what we're going to do is just be calm, because we are seeing a bit of a pullback right now. Moderna has the ability to lunge forward. And guess what? Once, I'm not looking for these huge leaps and bounds. Once on these positions, I am able to squeeze a profit in there. I think I'm going to be realistic and try and take advantage of it each time. Like if I double up. I don't know. We'll see what kind of day we turn out to have. We just don't know yet. It's only 10 minutes after. A lot can still happen. And a lot will happen. So welcome to the show. And let's go ahead and get us back on the other screen. We're at 478. This will give us a little better clue. Woo-wee! Let's turn around and go back up now that we have a few positions. Totally possible. You know how Moderna does? Let's see what this volume is looking like. You know what I want to look at real quick before we do anything? I'm going to get in here and look at one of these long calls for... I know we already have one, for one thing. We have a 620 call, and we have two of them. But that might be a little too far out. Let's see what else there is that's kind of out there. Let's see what 550 is. Take back one. Okay, so those aren't too bad, right? If this thing gets running, and we do have all week to run, so if today does turn out to be a bad day, it's not like on a Friday, that's for sure. And so we'll go ahead and set this bad boy and we'll grab one of those. And that's gonna pretty much, only because it came down some, and right now I'm still feeling pretty optimistic. I don't see why you would become a bear on this stock if you've already been bullish the whole time, given what we've been seeing. And that's that. So did that go through? Did any cancel? No and no. Yes and no. Right, we're good. All right, so we had a kind of a setback there, and pretty much every position we went into is right about flush, except for the first one that's down $1.50. Some of these other ones make up for that. And that's it. We're set for anything above 480. We're good to go. This is why I like to close out each day, by the way. You see how these market mornings, and I said it yesterday morning, I was reluctant to jump in, they could really take your profit. When you're looking at the after hours action, it gets really nerve-wracking. You start seeing prices of $500 and $496, but it doesn't count if it doesn't register. If you don't register out on that number, it doesn't count if you don't see that number during the open hours. So we're at $475 right now. The stock is down about $10. Again, that's not saying a hell of a whole lot considering what Moderna does, and this is wide open really. And would I blame you for having a put? Are only calls allowed to be here? Absolutely not. I just level with you. If I think it's a good idea, I'll tell you. I don't think it's a good idea. I always say it like that. That's all. So we're at 480.12. And boy, psychologically, I like putting all that red. Let's see what the sentiment is today. 61% are bullish sentiment. 39% are not. Okay, so I think it's going up. As telling the folks over there, let's go ahead and jump back on, and we're just sort of trading at this lower level. Now from here, are we going to start pounding up or going down? That's the question. And really, I don't think, it's gotten kind of quiet quick on Moderna, I will say that. So we're at 475, 76. And surely let me take a look at a couple of these measures here, because what's going to happen is the slower that this moves, the more we're going to lose value on our options, which means right now we're sitting on about 3,000 in options, and at least we are for Moderna. And it's important to, even though we're still up, but I think that's because of AMC, to consider what's going to happen next. Because if this thing, the floor does come out of this, I'll be honest, I'll have to let him go. Because I'm looking at the trends too, not just the value. People ask me, what is it going to? I don't know. I would like to think it's going up, but I'm looking at the trends too. And right now, the trend is sort of a little bit concerning for me. Although, Moderna, it's all over the place. If it turns out it is going down, we can feel that out. And, because it's not very easy to determine at this moment, I'm almost looking at it thinking to myself, come fly up with me. Let's go on a journey together, and enough with this down stuff. That's honestly what I'm feeling. But I see it edging around, and, now it's coming up to 476. And you know what? I don't know. I can't necessarily believe that it's making a run up, but let's hope for that. I think it might just be cycling as it does. And let's see what our volume is picking up. Maybe we are running up right now. We're at force, but then again, we've turned around and faked out a few times. The time now is 9:48. Okay, we're making a little bitty turn. Why don't we keep going? Okay, I like that. Let's see where things are now. Should have gone pretty green. I like that a lot. And let's see if we can... Moderna will fake you out. See, it gave us some really good prices, of which I took advantage of some. Wow, it looks like it wants to turn. Maybe I should go ahead and let that big guy go. Wait a second. Where are we at? There it is. So why is the profit so minimal? Yeah, I think we're just gonna hold off. I was gonna profit take, but I don't think it's that. If it's dropping, then it makes sense. Go ahead and profit take, right? But I can't say that it is. Yeah, I can sort of say that it is. Looks like it's dropping. Maybe it's just kind of sitting there. Let's see. I'm staying in active mode. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that one. It says it's working. There it goes. So I made some good money on that one, and still I have these other ones here, including this larger one. So let's see what that does. Alright, let's go make some money. And I don't mind. See, once I start building a little bit more of a bank, I'm not up to 25,000, but once I start building more of a bank, I can get out and come back in. It doesn't bother me so much. I mean, I could afford it, let's say. I could afford to take a little bit of profit and get back in again. Okay, and if you can too, that's always not a bad idea, right? It cuts out a little bit of the problems that you often run into. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and, because I could feel it kind of popping a little bit there, look at that. And so, no sense in riding down on anything we don't absolutely have to. Well, what's this thing doing? It's not gone, that's for sure. Alright, so 21, we're going to have to open that up and, hold on, we're going to wait. Damn! It shoved out on me on the other side. It's okay. Alright, so we're doing good. We have two on which we're 300 up on one, we're 190 up on the other. And then, as long as we're making money, we're going to close this register on some of them. And once it's proven that we're sailing forward, we're picking up and we're traveling forward, that we might not have to make some money coming down too and going up, then, we'll shift gears again. And again, this is for me. You get your own ideas. This is what works. I've done this for a long time with these options, and I haven't had big opportunities to exercise this with you guys recently, but I'm not going to sit and be indecisive and be a loser because of it. When I see market action, I'm going to move. And 185.6, there it goes. It's going up, so we're holding off. We're trying to catch these. Let's go take a look at the chart again. Okay, so it's just sitting there. We'll wait with it. So it's sitting there with a downward kind of trajectory, but it went pretty high to start with. And on the day, we're up $1, so let's see what it's doing. And on our day, we are up 1,100. And if it gets low, or even out from under me low, like falls below 480 again, we'll look at maybe picking some up. Or if it keeps grudging like this, we might even pick up, if it made sense. It definitely does not make sense right now. But if it made sense, a put. Alright, so we're at 483.45. Alright, so let me go ahead and jump out of this if it's continuing to drop. Yeah. Let's see what's happening. 480, go ahead before you lose it. Alright, and I'm wondering what kind of day we're going to have today ultimately. That's what I'm wondering. I have this 550 call. So it's down a little, meaning on all these positions. You could see we're having a little bit of a pickle here, although we're handling it well so far, and I caution you to do the same. All right. God bless your heart today, really. Just really. It's 9:46 a.m. A lot of things are going to happen between now and closing today. Realize that. Welcome to ModernaExceels. All right, let's see how many people have liked the show. This morning, 3. So 8 are watching. Can we get another 5 on there so I can unlock some more secrets for you guys? And we'll talk about how to do it right and have a good time. I'm waiting till you like the video, because that helps me and I put a lot out for you guys. And then if you don't like it, then I guess we'll end things. Alrighty. Alright, let's get one more like, if we can, please. 1-4. So let's talk about AMC. It's at 35.87. I like the idea that mRNA is still holding up. It's at 478. No massive drop. It's only down by $6-7. If you haven't liked, you're going to be the reason why we're going down. We're going to go down, and I'm waiting for that like. I said one more like. Okay, we're looking good. Thank you, guys. All right, so we're at 477.38, and on our current position that we stayed open in, we're 79 down, but that's not really holding us back too much. AMC is cooking. We have a nice day on AMC so far, brewing out, bringing our total up nicer, and we always have to appreciate that. And that brings us up for the day 1172. And then now we're still looking at mRNA like a hawk. Let's go ahead and move over to the other chart, because I think mRNA still has every sense it's going to take off. We just are trying to do it right. Maybe it might not, maybe it might so, right? That's why we have to be on very cautious alert. Maybe it's worth yeah, my losses are starting to add up on this one I left open here. If it looks like it's going to be a downer day today, maybe it's worth opening up a put, I would say. I'm not going to open it up yet. I'll wait for us to come back again, but then you get the feeling that we're going up. So, I'm a bull more than anything, but, that's the fact. Let's see what these puts are costing. I'm not into it that much. Look, I don't have to make money on every single moment. I mean, we already did good on some of these, but if a good stretch is getting to go, you want to get in on that. So what I would say is we're not by any means bearish too much, right? We love this stock. But let's say we find two, really cheap puts that can... No, that's not cheap enough. I'm thinking I don't know how far it would drop if they got it going. See, even that's not that cheap. I mean, you're talking cutting all that value off of here just to get there. Let's see, 400. I mean, it's a little bit better, but I'm thinking it should be in the buck range. Alright, well, and then when you get it back into normal ranges, I mean, these puts are going crazy today. It might just be not worth getting into them at that price range. I mean, obviously they're fine. You can buy it if you want, but they're pretty expensive right now. And if you lose money, you're going to lose a lot. That's what these bears been losing. That's why they're so angry all the time. But when they do well, they're so happy. So it's 469 right now. Well, the first thing I could do is let loose of this while it still has a little value, if today is going to be that kind of a day. And I think it has a chance. Or you have a really good discount on Moderna right now. You could just remain bulls on this sucker. That's what it did the other day. And it's a really good discount on Moderna. I mean, that could happen, no doubt. We're only at 10 o'clock. I mean, I'm almost thinking do that. Yeah, it'll go too far. That's what we'll look for. We're not going to sell our call. We're going to remain bullish. It'll go too far, and then when it does, we'll jump on. We're not going to play both sides today. Well, we wouldn't be playing them both at the same time anyway, in any event. You can play both on the same day, just get them up and down at the right times, but we're not doing that, or I'm not doing that. I'm focused on if I can get this for a really good price. It's a great price now, but there's no guarantee we're going up just yet. So what I'm looking for is that bounce back. I want to see it get down where it's under pressure and holding a bit, and then I'll know we're there. And it feels like it might be now. We're sliding in that 10 o'clock hour, and it's almost like you might be missing it. You might be missing the good prices. So is it worth getting one? You betcha, if you believe in the same thesis as I do. So I'm going to go back to 1. Wait, it's coming down. Get it for a better price. I just get the motion going. So 8, if you're doing it. I don't have no damn clue what you're doing, but yeah, see, it's coming down. So let's say 850, right? Now, then I have 1. I put that in, and I say, come on, mama. Come on, mama. And so now I have 2 calls. Hopefully I don't lose on 2 calls now instead of 1. That can happen. But luckily I didn't buy this at like $4.90. I bought it here at these prices. And I worked a good price for it. So I think that's a good way to approach this. And 470 is looking pretty tight. It might drop. I don't think it'll drop below 460. Like, that'll be the bears having their fun, really, honestly. And I hope they got all their money by then. If you are a bear, by the way, I love you very much. I want you on my side, so let's all work together and be lovers. And but if you are a bear and you're thinking about it, maybe think about taking some profit. You see how I do it. I'm modest, and it costs me money. It costs me profit I could have made otherwise sometimes. Other times it's just right. Like, look at this time when I hit it before, right? Wasn't that good timing? Imagine had I stayed on all that stuff. I had a number of options open. I could have really got hurt. So, being decisive means so much. And like Kenny Rogers teaches, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You have to count your money sitting on the table so you know what you're working with. You better believe this is a lot like gambling. Oh yeah. Investing, you're just going to buy the stock and go home. Be done. $469.11. All right, let's jump over here. I want to get a better view on this and look at some of the particulars. All right, we're at 470.82. That's good. Anything above 470 and your happy healer lovers got it right. Our volume is up for the day. We've got a lot going on in that way. We've got a downward trajectory that's kind of leveling off. I think it's going to start coming up here and probably just keep coming. It might be a kind of like a flush day. What has bear days been lately? Bear days have been 2% down, 1% down. And what have bulls days been? They've been like, 15% up, 20% up, 10% up. So kind of keep that in mind. That's what the numbers we've been seeing are. And then there's always. It can't go up forever without sometimes coming back. Granted, we have a lot of things in play, including the short squeeze. Although I did not look at those numbers or updates since yesterday. Maybe one of you can go do that. And how's everybody doing? Jason says he made $12K, first time in my life. Good job, Jason. You're still holding on to those. Don't be afraid to take profit. Don't be afraid to, just... And by the way, don't take profit if it's going to kill you more to lose winning more than it would be to losing it all. So that's just how it is. You're the one who has to live with that. You're the one. And I'm not a financial advisor, so that's up to you. Jason, I wish you best luck, brother. You know that already. And yeah, it's hard to be up today. It's difficult. I know that. Even for me, I'm managing, but it's taken a lot of moving around, and soon the BDT will have me in trouble. And unlike me, because you kept your calls, you didn't have the flexibility to use all your money. It was tied up from the calls that came in from yesterday. What I always advise people to do is to cash in from the deep. You're bringing a call in that you had a massive run on. I wouldn't keep it for the days that go right. I would sell it and bring up those calls. So think about that at the end of today if you can. And don't be afraid to just cash in and sit it out, even if you would have won otherwise. You cannot be afraid. You cannot let greed run your mind, or you will definitely lose. If not right away, eventually. That's how it works. Those are the rules. I didn't make them, but I sure do love them because they're God's rules and they work great in this world. I am now looking at 3610 on AMC, which is beautiful. Let's look at the AMC chart right quick, if you don't mind. We're kind of hovering around this 172 mark on Moderna, 171.83, which is good. Everybody loves that. Let's go to AMC. AMC was up in the pre-market hours as high as 37.70, and now it's hovering in this area, which I believe it's strong. I was looking when it dropped down here to 35.24. I was just fine with it, actually. And I'm sitting on a number of these calls. I'll tell you right now, I have AMC calls that total 2B, 3 here, and another 4 here for a total of 7. And they're all varied in calls. I have 4 $31 calls. Those are my juiciest ones, and they are up quite a bit. Since P&L opened, they're up almost 1,200. And then on the other two, I have a $32 and a $31, 2 of the $31, and those respectively and combined are up about $750. And that's also given it's stepped back a little, but it's moving fast. So Moderna's at 41.80, 471.80, 471.30, and moving fast, 470. And given its kind of movement right now, I mean, I don't see it coming up the way I'd like. I've seen it bounce up, but that's not coming up. And I am sitting on what now amounts to be $220 loss on my 550 calls, call, and $100 loss on my 510 call, and a price that's at $469. And remember, all of these, and that's also why I sold. I've seen it kind of tightening up. All of these contracts have lost volatility value. That's what I call that. Of course, there's theta and all the other language they use, but for folks who I'm talking to, I think you'll understand better if I just say what it is. That volatility, when it moves up and down rapidly and very fast, that has a value. And that value went down. It can pick up later, but in the morning usually that value is a little heavier. So if in the first half hour you wait to buy your calls, you'll see that they're cheaper. A lot of people do that so they can get those cheaper calls, because ultimately speaking, whether they buy calls at 9:30 or 10 a.m., they're the same exact calls. The big question is whether the price movement is going up or down. In this case, they saved on their calls. By the way, we're at 468. And it's looking more and more like a bear day, folks. Again, it could just be coming, it's going to hit a level and come back up again, is what I'm trying to say. And given that this is being a little bit more generous, maybe I'll roll it, get out of it. I can always get back in when things are healthier. And I don't want to lose money when I don't have to, when I have a vision to see. This thing let's see that other chart. We'll switch on over to Moderna. We move quick. Yeah, see, it's got a downward trajectory. We're not waiting for what looks like to be the truth. We're going to go ahead and get out. And so that's one. Yeah. And if we can, we'll get out of this other one too. Just because it seems like, and I might be wrong, you do what you think is right. All of this is tight. I think some of the smartest people I think, who is it? Belinda, who said, I'm going to sit this one out. Remember, on Friday and Thursday, days that look like this, we lost as a group. So don't be worried to take a break. Even if it turns out a winning day. Maybe you can get on that if you're, careful. And you're, very, very... Here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and release that one. And hopefully be able to... Does that make sense? Yeah. salvage some value, because if it does drop, then those will lose more value. Now remember, these have the value that will remain for time. That's why it has any value at all, because of the time value. But the volatility value and the directional value, it's a call, not a put, is getting shot at right now. Ain't that so much easier to understand it like that? And there it is, it's at 474. So you make your own calls and what you think are going to work for you. And I don't want to guide anybody wrong. I don't want to be without courage. But honestly, I think we might have, I do believe in the upward movement, but I think that there's a chance it can go down. So given that I'm so conflicted, yesterday I did it well. I waited until, it emerged itself. Would I like to be ahead of the crowd in this regard and buy a put if it's going down or a call if it's going up? Sure, but either one of those could be major mistakes. And because you don't see a pattern, that's for sure. Well, you do see a downward pattern, but I do believe in the stock going up too. So to me, it's like half out. For you, it might be, this is obviously a put day, a bear day. Or maybe for someone else, it might be like me. So make a decision that you can live with, please. And that'll serve you better. And ultimately speaking, whether you lose doing a decision you believe in, I think it'll be a lot easier to lose. The hardest thing is when you're losing and you didn't believe in the decision. If your conviction tells you that's what's right and you did it, that's the best. And remember, getting better at this means you're doing exactly that. When you fail at that, don't get mad at yourself. Just get back on focus, because that's what this is about. And when you ultimately continue to get better at that, you could even challenge yourself to be more astute, focused, and be direct. Make a decision, right? Don't sit on something. This is where people lose their money on options, when they sit on something. Because when you're sitting on an option contract, if it's not moving, you're losing value on volatility and time. So here we are at 470 again. I think the directional movement is there to talk about somewhat of a bear thesis for the time being, if not maybe even more. As soon as we opened today, we struck up real quick, not long enough for anybody to really sell out. I think maybe a few really quick ones. And on the way up, whenever you sell on the way up, you get it done. That's why I always say sell on the way up if you really need to. So we're at 468 right now, and here we see this is still a downward trajectory. Let's see if this next one, it needs to go below. It's already getting there. This number right here, 467. And then we know it's continuing in a downward trajectory. Now, if it turns around before that, or if it doesn't make it there, then it's starting to come sideways more. It can still come sideways, but it won't look here. Well, it would have to prove itself on its next move. Because, yep, there it goes. It's going lower than what we said. So it's confirming downward movement. And if you wanted to see what the chart is saying, that's what it's saying right now. And if you zoom out, you could see on a larger setting here, it comes up like, whee! It does really well from yesterday, right? I mean, starting way down here at 413 and going whee like this, way up to the top, 497-ish, 498. And now we didn't even fall that far. We're at 460 something, 467. So that's not too bad. It can turn around or it can continue to drop, in which case, you got to make a decision as to whether you want to hang on to those calls. And that's why I'm here telling you all the information I possibly can about how these things work, if you're not familiar with them, that they have this volatility value, that when it's not moving around as fast as the morning hours were, it goes down a little bit. Let's look at this. A call at strike price. What is a call at strike price or a put at strike price? That's wherever the current price is. And how much do those contracts cost? When we first opened today, those contracts were, I want to say, around 24. I seen them. They're expensive. You can go back and look on the video. And right now, those are going for, at call, they're going for, or at strike, they're going for 20.76. So it's come down some. And on the put side, yeah, same thing. So, well, actually even a little less than that, depending on how you look at it. So we are seeing more downward movement. Again, I'm not going to jump on a strike just because, I mean, it does look like a pattern, but man, maybe I should. I want to make money. I'm not against making money with you guys, but you know, you get on and then if it turns around, it's a total waste. And it could do that. You know, it moved quicker than I could even finish talking my thesis out with you guys. And of course, you know, I never had an intention to move right at that exact point anyway. Keep in mind, I'm out on my, where's my other Moderna? One disappeared? Yeah, so I'm just on AMC right now. And so, yeah, I accepted a couple of losses on Moderna, remember? And I know it's hard to accept a loss, but, you know, you just got to do it in the moment. And it worked out. It seemed to be the right thing to do for me at that point. Again, that could change, and then you feel different about it. If it gets back down to 460 again, I think I'm going to pick up a call at that price. See how you still can be a bull? That's basically what a lot of bears do too, but you could still be a bull on the day. And given that it's still rising in our favor, I mean, by no means is today out of the question to be a bull day. I'm refraining from buying a put because the day moves fast and Moderna is moving fast right now. And I have no interest in being sloppy and having you guys be sloppy and or whatever comes out of that, the energies. So we're at 464. I think once we go down below 460 this time, we're going to continue looking at it. I don't want to buy a call either and have it lose value, so we'll see. And remember, you know, this thing could run puts today and or not. We'll just say we could be bearish today if it turns out to be that way. The jury's still out. And it could be bearish tomorrow. You know, so the main things that we're looking at are our betting levels and how we react to them in the moment, and that we react fast so that we don't become too injured. Remember, today's not a day that I wasn't in either. I've already spent, what, $5,000? I just sold all that stuff quick. Because at one point they were even up more and I was holding on to it because it seemed like we were going to go up more even. But then when it seemed sideways and I didn't know what was going to happen, I acted in the moment. Later on, go back and look at that and learn off of that because today that worked well. So we're at 465, 466. Come on, baby. It'd be nice if we get that short squeeze going on. Although, you know, a lot of these crooked hedge funds, they've learned how to deal with shorts, but they can't do it too much. Because the sky's coming down on them. Oh man, I should have bought it the last time when it was at 460. There it goes, huh? We'll see. There'll be another opportunity. If you're typically speaking on these options we're doing, if you're getting 15% profit on it, you should automatically be thinking about selling, is what my experience tells me. Because I can't tell you the number of times I have an option. It could even be up by 100%, but I want to get to 150. I think it's coming. And because I did an act, it makes that turn, and when it comes down, it comes so fast, nothing can be done about it, And, you know, those are the options that expire at the end of the week because you never want to let them go, hoping they come back. You know, that's no place to be, my brothers and sisters. That's when, you know, you trip on greed and you accidentally lose your footing, so to speak. Right now, we are at 469. Look at that. That's wonderful. 468.71. That's beautiful. Maybe we're getting on a turnaround. Let's go ahead and look at the... Maybe we are starting to come up. That seemed pretty quick to me. Yeah. Okay, so if you look at this larger directional movement, you'll see that it's still on a downward direction. In fact, this would be a good place to grab a put, really. If you're into that, we'll grab one tiny put. Hopefully it won't cost too much money. If we can get it quick enough, too. That's the other thing. Buy. And we'll come over here. And we're going to go to 1. We're going to come here. I know for some of you are like, oh no. Don't worry. We're just capitalizing on what we can in the moment. And I'm not sure I'm even doing it. This is still testing at the moment. So just relax, my lovers. Relax, will ya? Okay, so let's see what that costs. And that is, so that's not too bad. The prices come down a little bit and it's still going up. That's good. So let's see. It might be on an upward trajectory. I sure as hell ain't going to buy against. Oh, it made a turn. But that could flip on itself. Man, that's a tough one, folks. Man, it can go either way. It can start climbing from here or it can fall out. Because after it's decided it's still going up, that changes the math a little bit. Yeah, it's reaching up. Now the question is it going to reach past this peak? It needs to get to 474 to prove that it's not just on a side movement, which means it's still coming back down in a moment, but it's rather doing something else. You know, it might be coming up or maybe going down. All right, yeah, I think now's a good time to hit go on this. So where's this bid? And I could totally be wrong, lovers. I could totally be wrong. So let's see what my best pricing on this will end up. Yeah, I think I'll make money on that, but I could be wrong. So don't go jumping into something that you don't feel confident about. How's it at 469 and I'm not making money? Didn't I buy that at 472? Okay. So it's following, you know, if you look at this pattern, right? It does tell us what's going to happen. And based on what that last one is, if the following pattern continues, we're going to go to about 461-ish. And it could turn around and say, nope, we're going up. I mean, you know how Moderna is. I believe in its upward movement. So I'm the one who has to be careful that I don't lose money on this put now. And that's why I don't like getting into them. So yeah, it looks like it's turning around a little bit. Which, trust me, I don't drag anybody anywhere. You make your own bets. But one thing I do is I remain consistent. I want to make money, but I'm not going to say, let me win over anyone else. I mean, we're all lovers. Nobody's betting against each other. And, you know, quite frankly, I don't see puts as being a short seller. I see that as following the trends. A short seller is when you borrow shares to sell it back to the market. I don't know why I went off of that, but yeah, so let's see what those puts are doing right now. No, just one put, just one. So I could basically just sit on it and see what happens. Yeah, because the trend is still holding up. Let's just put it like that. That's all I could say right now. The trend is still holding. And I'm interested to know what you guys are doing. Let's read your comments. Yeah, Jason, happy early birthday, buddy. I mean, you know, there's times I've been up like 50 grand and had to be happy with like being up 2 grand. That's fine. You just get behind it. Be happy you're up. Be a lover. Don't make that mistake. You'll be a happier person. Be appreciative. You know, if at the end of the day, people start getting their feelings hurt because of how much money they won, that's a bad problem. We're supposed to keep ourselves cool and emotionally clear with love guiding us and courage guiding us and not being directed by fear and greed, you know, in these investments. Alright, so we are now at 468. And it looks like it might be saying, you know what, I want to come up. How's going up? Can we go up now? That would be a local change. Look at the jagged edges on that movement here, where the movements over here, get the lighter out of my hand, are more smooth-sided. You see how they're smooth and these are jagged edges? That means there's a lot of fighting, directional movement, and it might decide that it's budged enough that it can come up further before it jumps down further. And we're already at all-time lows for the day. This Moderna is not settling well with that the way it's been moving. So I might be wise to let this put go before I even, well, there it goes. Alright. And now this one has to drop below 463. You know, and that's it. Usually the trend does hold through. 463 to indicate that we're still on a downtrend. If that drops below 463, then what we do is we hang on to it. Maybe. I'm speaking of me. Maybe. And it's taking a while to flow out, but we're looking. It should go down and go below 463.70, let's say. And once it gets there, then it should go below that. Maybe it should go to 461, like I said earlier, and then that'll show us it's still going down. Even 462, that'll be going down still. 463 will be going down. I mean, really, so hit 463.75, and then anything below that's still going down. All right. Working with the trend. Yes, a happy early birthday, Jason. And I hope that you were able to cash out on some of your calls and take a little profit. Either way, I support your efforts and I'm 110% behind you. These are choices you just have to make on your own. We're already coming up a little bit on this side. You might turn out to be very brilliant, buddy. Let's see what this is. That coming up is earlier than it was supposed to. So guess what your happy healer is doing? He's taking his $79 and being happy with it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. The hell out of it before we can't. We take a little profit on there. We took $78 profit. But with that move, and totally it could turn around and finish coming back down. Remember, I just moved. I'm not in this to be a bear. I have enough money to buy back in again, so I can call out the movements. And quite frankly, it looks like these movements are really actually coming back into what happened here. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, see, let's see what happens. It would have to go below 465.64, pretty much where it's at, to show itself on a small. It might track back to its original line, or it just might go a little sideways. I mean, this is a really questionable situation we're in at the moment. I took my little profit on that because it made sense. And I think most people would agree with that. Because if we're going to sit there and go sideways, that could totally be volatility losses. It could be time losses. Totally, it's time losses if it does that for an hour. I mean, yesterday we were moving, going all day long, but we did go stagnant for 1 hour. Just, you know, or was that yesterday? I think maybe I'm wrong. There's a point we went stagnant. I can't remember if that was yesterday. Yeah, I know. Yeah, right here. This is when we went stagnant yesterday. See that? That was for 1 full hour from 11 until 12. Right there, 11:20 or 12 is over an hour by a little bit. So yeah, it happened yesterday on a day when we were doing all that craziness, huh? How about that? And now we are doing a little sideways action. All right, now I'm going to take inventory real quick and decide what's my next move. Looks like AMC has gone down $0.50. Did it mess up everything? You know, it's going to be up and down with that one. I would like to see that. Well, it's got a risk of doing a short squeeze, and a lot of people, but they've been talking about that for so long. I'm trying to just be pragmatic in this. Happy that I have it and that a short squeeze might get going. But at the same point on AMC, I believe that could go up higher. I'm looking for $40 maybe at least. And I think that just needs more time to cook. It's doing just fine. Leave it alone. In fact, if anything, add another one on there while they're relatively cheap. That's what I'll do. I'll come into here. I'll go to buy. I'm not going to buy it at that level for sure. I'll drop this to like 2. And then I'll come over here. Sometimes the thing is, sometimes the answer on a stock is buy. Sometimes it's sell. But also other times it's just hold. And so we'll bring it up to where its current prices are. Let's just say 36. So do 2 for 36. And the cost on these to run till September 3rd will be $5.45 to $5.65. I think things have kind of slowed down, so we'll go ahead and execute that we won't do 2 right now, we'll do 1, and let's try and make a little bit of profit. It is running at the moment, but so $5.55 we'll go in there at. Now let's do 60. I think that's better. $5.60. Okay. Yeah. Let's see, is that right? I think so. Alright, let's see what we can do. I think oh man, it's still sitting there even though I went up on it? I think it'll come out soon. It's $5.60. That's because they're pretty tight already. Oh wow, look at mine. It has no problem being tight. I need to just go ahead and buy it. I'll end up having to pay more playing that game with AMC. Alright, and the spread was a little bit wider until I tightened it up. Alright, I like that move on AMC. So for me that was well worth getting into. That was getting in at the $36 level. And for $5.62. And Moderna's at $4.69. Which, good thing I got out of that put. That's exactly why I did, because I seen it making a turnaround. And now it's going up again. So, you know, and it's still not above this number, which we're looking at for our pattern, 471.09. So it's a good time actually. If it's not going to make it past that, then that's when you buy your side bets, you know. If you're going to try and ride it down a little bit for that $10, because it's swinging literally, you know, $5 hits here. Back and forth, back and forth. As more time goes on, it becomes like a bull flag or a bear flag. In this case, more of a bear flag. And, well, not even really. I wouldn't say that that's emerged necessarily. But the point is, you know, it could drop. And then the question always remains, where's that first valley? And if you're looking at this one, well, if it goes to 466, hold on. That's at 466.20. Now, 2 things can happen. It can drop down here, go to that, and that's like a downward movement. But on this level, on that exact level. Or it could stop like around there, and that'll still show it's going up. If it doesn't go below 467.25 when it does come down, or if it does come down, then that's still bullish. Because you're just looking at the trajectory and riding it back. That line right there. So it has a little room, but it needs to make forward momentum. Now, when it was at 460, did anybody buy any calls? That was a good price for that, I think. Right now, I wouldn't buy any, because if it holds to this trend, it's getting ready to drop $5. Much love to you all. Make sure you like and share the video. I mean, some of you, you've done very well, you know. Let's see. Oh, it's not your birthday, Jason? I thought it was your birthday. EMF Solutions, bless your heart. And everybody, I just love you, and let's have a great day, Cozy Tech. You bought some others, and I know, you know, things you said. Anything you said in the morning does not apply now, usually in investing. You know, whatever you do or say at 9:30, by 10:30, you don't want to hear about it. Like, the entire picture often changes. Now, luckily, that can't apply for me so much because I'm doing a show, and you could just simply rewind it. It's all there. But in terms of talking to other people, oh, well, what do you think? Where's it going? You know, all that stuff. I mean, especially they might be stressed. If they were a bull in a bear's market, they're a little bit stressed. I mean, you see how the bears are. They were pissed, mad, and angry, treating people awful. And you're not on their wavelength, so you're like, what's wrong with this nut? Until, you know, it becomes you. That's why I say try to be gracious in your winning, and humble, and steady, and strong in your losing. And you know what? You'll be more set for winning doing that. It looks like we're on an uptrend, folks. And it's not going to take me long from seeing that before I jump behind it. Why? Because ultimately, I am a bull. And can I be wrong? Absolutely. A lot of things can happen, including that I can be wrong. All right, so the price is at $470 right now. Let's see, and I'm going to keep an eye on that. We'll see how far the next one drops. I'm not going to buy it yet. I'm getting in because I'd rather buy it when it's going down than coming up. Those are all the ways I think, baby. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the screen anyway. And we're going to reduce this down to, well, let's be optimistic and say 2. And what is that price at? I think we're at about 470. And for this week, expiring. Okay, make sure all your areas are right. All right, see that? That's pretty expensive. Let's see what's going on here. It's still going up. Okay. So it's on a good swing. I hate driving up when it's buying up. Let's see, it might have come back down a little. It is on an upswing, so I'm still thinking wait for a moment on this next turn. Look for it not to come lower than, say, 468.74. In fact, now's the time to get in. So let me hit enter on these. Wow, that's expensive, Kiefer. Get him? Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's my biggest one for today. I think it canceled on me. It said, the hell with you. No, actually, I think we did get in. Let's take a look. Yeah, there they are, right there. And Moderna went ahead and made a turn on me. Let's see how far. I can't have it go too far, or I'm going to let it go. Yeah, it should start coming up now. If it stays on this little uptrend we have going, it shouldn't go too far down. As far as it's going down now is uncomfortable. And again, if you zoom back a bit, all of this looks like a bit sideways action. So, you know, and that's what I meant by buying it with a bit of a discount. And so far as it turned out for me, maybe it doesn't look like a discount, but we see it's going to start coming back up here right now. And that's the nature of options. They're so volatile. I mean, there's the market, they can lose or gain so much money. So it looks like it's coming down more. Let's see, 465, and that's how you get suckered into that. And that's probably my biggest loss taken away from some of my other wins. But I'm hanging on to it. I'm not counting that. Right now we're making sideways movement, and unless it breaks below 460, or let's say it snaps back down to this line way down here. So it'd have to go to about, I don't know if it can count that low. Let's see, below 458, and we're at 464. I'd say right about 458, you know, and if it doesn't make it down to that line, and it's on its way, then it's breaking away from this larger trend we see, and it's still going sideways. It should totally start coming back up now if it's going to stay on a sideways line, which means this is a great place to buy a call if you're bullish like me. You know, after that last one I did, let me see if I'm only good for $1,000, so I can't jump in with that one. Let's see if I can get something smaller just to take advantage of that price action. So let's say at 455, because we're at 464 right now. I can't buy that one. It's too much monies. Better find it quick. So that's Moderna. Let's look at this one and just make it happen. Alright, so we're here. We'll buy. We'll change. Oh, it's moving already. Hurry up, Kiefer. Back. And we don't want to spend too much. We don't want to be way too off. So let's get it around there. And those are going for, wow, 13? Okay, they're picking up in their cost on that, huh? This is a call. Let's go to 480 then. Okay, and that one cost, that's still pretty expensive. Okay, let's see this trend real quickly. Because it started popping up a little, so it's still sitting there. Okay. Let's go up. I don't have that much to spend. So let's go to 490. Nah, this is actually, I can't believe how much these have gone up, really. Let's see, so the ask on that, I can't afford it, but do I want to at this point? And then if this continues going down, it should already be up further, so I'm going to hold off. Well, no, there it goes. See, because if it follows a sideward or a downward trend is what we're looking at. If it's going to go upward, it needs to spring really fast, or first at least go above 471.70. So it's starting to come up. I want to see it go above 471.70 and then hold, and then, if it's going to go back and forth. I mean, today's obviously not the same day yesterday was so far, but don't throw it away. Today can totally become an amazing day. It can happen right out of the blue, just like that. And in terms of coming down, we're down less than 4%. So, it's an $18 drop on a huge stock. Now, it's coming up with lethargic movements, and it's already now showing a turnaround. Let's see what happens. And I bought, let me see, because I took a huge bite. I took 2. I should have only took 1. That's what I was thinking. But let's see on this thing. If it's going to start dropping from here, I got to really consider letting these go right now. Ah, man, that sucks. I'm going to let 1 go. That really sucks, man. Who likes to sell for a loss? Well, maybe not. See, I'm pretty decisive because I know how this stuff goes. And if it's going to go sideways and come up, that's great. That's what I want. And then if I was rambunctious, I'd buy another one. And then when it comes up, it would all come up together and be a bit more easier to make up for lost ground. Yeah. Sometimes it'll just go sideways in like a very small corridor. Alright, let's take a look at... Yeah, on the day we're down 280, 232. And on these calls we're coming up a little bit now. And that's, by the way, in part, which is not a big deal, is AMC went down from 36 to 34. So just never mind AMC. We're doing good on that. It's a little bit longer of a position. I want to get to $40, or I want to go MOAS on it. Okay, did we have an upward predicament? We haven't really gone upward, I would say. We are, yeah, we are. We have what looks like to be a tiny upward sort of move, and then what it should do is go more upward, and we'll see how far upward that can take it, because there's not much further downward that it can go before it starts breaking the patterns, or slipping into a previous pattern. There's a lot going on with these patterns. You already know that, I'm sure. There's a lot going on with these patterns. Alright, so what's it going to do now? It's trying to decide, does it want to look up or look down? Let's see what our, most all these days are concerning me. Yeah, let's see here, baby, come on. That looks nice, right? That looks really nice. It was about right here when Meaty McCready was saying it was a bad company. It needed to come down below 100 to have any value in his eyes. Alright. Look at that slow walk it's taken. Alright, let's get it on, Moderna. Keep rising, and she is. Keep rising, and she is. Yes, sirree. So yesterday was getting a little tiring. It was a really hot day. I dozed off after a while. There just wasn't much. Oh, I was going to do a little... Well, you know what? You can watch... Maybe what we'll do is I'll put a video on for you from yesterday. And it goes on too long, but, you know, just the part... Not right now, but just the part where it talks about the Landy Mantic's brands of passions and how Moderna Mantix is in there under Money Mantix. I mean, ModernaExceels is under there as Money Mantix. And I was thinking about putting Moderna as a Mantix because that's really how it's all organized. But sometimes things are uniquely separated. But ModernaExceels became what it is. I enjoy it, and so that's not changing. Not anytime soon. We have a Money Mantix that might go with it. So anyways, the Landy Mantix brands of passions has a lot of these side passions. And oh, here we go. Let's see. It's going down. So, did I sell that one? I was talking about it. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. So now it's going to be a bigger loss. Nah, to hell with that. Goodbye. We're going to get rid of at least one of those. That was the intention. Let's see what this sucker's doing. It might be ready to snap back, like, you know, and start flying back up soon. Because it's really pushing on it a lot, too. But, you know, it feels like a down day. I haven't seen those snaps recently. And, you know, I'm a little bit worried. You know, nobody likes to give up room that they made. And so you got to have a way to deal with that if you stay in the game. And obviously we're in the game. This thing's looking up, down, all around. Come on, baby. You know you want to go up. Let's go up. Ah, come on. What, are you picking something up off the ground? That's what you're doing, Shirley. You're picking up that money. And that's that. So let's see here. We're sitting on a 765 loss. Well, what I could do, yeah, let's do that. We're not going to close the whole position. But what we're going to do, whoopsie daisies, we're going to make it 1. And that'll be that. We'll go ahead and maybe set this for, geez. Come on. We'll set this for maybe the higher end. Let's see, $15. And, 25 cents. Well, it's coming down now, so. Man, I want it to go up. But I figure we'll just go ahead and set it for like $15.50 and leave it alone. Leave it go like that. I could bump it down. In the meantime, I'll look at what's happening. Yep. Alright. So it's currently under working order. And let's see what we're doing here. And see this thing, because if it's still, yeah. Come on, wake up. Is that right? That can't be right. Maybe it is, but it needs to wake up so I could see. I think it is. Okay, yeah, that's it. So it's got a long arm kind of reaching down, trying to decide. Our volume has been at roughly 110,000 on average for the last few minutes, and so it's still moving in there, and this looks like it wants to go down, still trying to decide if it's going to make a quick move down. I think it should start coming up now. Kind of due to start coming up is what I mean to say. And it could do whatever it wants to. We know that for a fact. and we're still sitting on 2 because the way we set this up is we have it on the other side, cancel that. Yeah, let's just, now it's at 461. I mean, today doesn't look like it's going to be a grand old day for sure. Yeah, you know what I mean? 461. It's just what it is. Yeah, so we still got that one hanging out there. Let's go ahead and jump to this outstanding order and maybe, just take what we can get for it. Because I think it's still coming back, honestly. And I'm getting a little sick of taking these losses, man. I shouldn't be thinking like that. What really breaks the pattern from thinking about selling for losses is buying, right? Like in this situation, buying instead. That's psychologically known to change you. It'll stop you from selling. Although it can maximize your losses bigger, though, too, if the trend continues. And honestly, I can't say the trend is going to continue. This does not look like a trend. It's just some long reach out into space after some weird movements. And it looks like it's coming back up. So maybe the talk should be more about grabbing another call. And I don't know if I even have the budget for... Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, maybe that should be the option. So it's at 460. Let's see, something like a 455. That would be pushed up. I don't want to be lulled into getting all these big positions and then fall to the ground. Although we're getting them at good prices, so I don't feel that bad. And this says put. That definitely, you got to check that. That'll hurt you bad. So you go to 60, 70. Let's go to 70. Yeah, for this week. Alright, so that one is going to cost... Wowzers! That's a call. Let me go ahead and buy one a little up more. Wow. They're still so expensive. Okay, that one I could afford more, but man, something's wrong with that thinking. Something's wrong. Do I have... Yeah, no, it's doing right. Let me check this board. Just trying to give you my frame of thought as I go. We're going to get back to Moderna. I know, making these decisions, you know what I mean? They're so tough. Yeah, a lot of shorting and stuff like that. So it's at 459. Good thing I didn't just jump into another call. Although, maybe today's a bad day to be talking about. I should have just sold like I was doing. Let's finish that. Man, or is it a better price for it? Nah, I'm not being lulled. Today's the day you should be taking breaks. You don't have to be pressured to like every day be a day you're on the market. You know what I mean? Alright, that's open. Okay, what's this sucker gonna do? We're still sitting on 2. The losses have become greater. And I'm definitely not happy about that, but I sure as hell don't need to take on more losses. Let's see. Oh, it snapped back to its downline. Oh, that's a big sign. No, I'm not sticking around for that. No thanks. I'll get out now. Yeah, I took a loss because I could stay in the game when I didn't belong in the game. Let's see what I'm sitting on. I still have this sucker there. Goodbye to that. I'm losing money because it already should have been gone, right? There you go. That increased loss went from 1,100 to 1,300 because it wasn't going, and now it's back up again. The hell with them. I don't care. And now it's going to run to like 500. Nah, that's a mind screwball job. I'm not getting into it. And see, here's the thing. I wouldn't do very well with getting into puts and losing. I can't handle losing on puts at this point. And taking on any more losses if it is going to be a put day is not my... I mean, let's face it, folks.
the jury is out. This is at 4:59. This was the first bull day in a while. If it stays, I think it just will. It's at 5.3% down. If your intuition was the very first time I uttered the P word for put was to put a put on it, I think it would be paying quite well. Personally, I did not put that put on there. But looking at the chart, it might not be a bad idea, to do that to be prudent, maybe. But then that's a really tough call. And I'm happy with what I did on AMC. That'll be good enough for now. And my intuition told me that I should probably stay away from these extra positions that I don't have a whole lot of faith in right now. And AMC itself is getting hit, so that's also helping the drop. So it's at 33.94 right now from 34.50 just a moment ago. And on the day, you could see pretty much everything is taking losses except for those positions I got out on early, thank God. And the positions here overall were $1,000 down, despite here losing 214. These are the recent moves, and here losing 1,320. And that's what happens. They can happen so quick, and you're not expecting it. So let's see what's going on with you guys here. I really am interested to know. Looks to me like a lot of shorting causing others to take profits, cut losses. It does seem like that. We'll see. I think that what's happening are the shorts knows that today's a big day. If you look at the volume, it's still staying thick despite coming down. There's probably a lot of bears though. And very scary. Well, at the same point though, if you look at the volume, those are people buying the shares. I can't imagine there's probably more selling than buying, but man, Moderna's got some pretty good people behind it, that's for sure. I know that. It's at 4.59, so maybe it hit. What we need is proof. I'm going to hang on to my little bit of money left there. What we need is proof, solid proof, just like we do every time we win when we want to see the pattern complete. Like the pattern for the puts, we've seen it, but man, today I feel more about the bulls in general, not so much in the fundamentals. That's more of my heart telling me that. The fundamentals are saying, well, there's a lot of people here that are doing otherwise. So that's what we know. And it might be done. It might be time to come up now. It has been running sideways until that recent, hit job. I mean, that was like a woo, I didn't like seeing that. Not at all. Because that's when I lost that money. I had that money up and until that point. It said, woo! I mean, today was supposed to go up. I thought I was going to be up $1,000, and then now we're down, $1,500. That happened so quick. And so you have to be careful because when you get knocked off your center like that, and remember, a lot of this is AMC, so it's not all of it's not Moderna. Moderna here is 1,000 down, right? Where's the other Moderna? Where's my other Moderna? I don't think I have a Moderna in the other one. No. So the Moderna, it is what it is. It's 457.50. It's hanging in that range. It will be a bull trap because it gives you an inclination that, oh, hey, it's coming up. And then it really just sticks to its pattern that it's been on. And that pattern is pretty much going down, 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 down. And if you're on puts and you're swallowing whole with this, good for you. But that's hard for a lot of movements that, we've been successful on because you can turn around and take away your success quick. So it's a matter of what you can live with. And, you've reached a goal or, you felt better off. Let's go back for a moment mentally on Friday when we were down to our max. whatever you were capable of doing on Wednesday just changed. Now you can't do that stuff because Friday gave you a tougher answer, one you didn't want, but you got it. And so whatever you were thinking about on Friday, what you were going to buy, how you were going to use that money, changed by the time Monday came. And then Monday was generous together with Tuesday. And, that changes things. So. And if we could get today to be a really generous day, that's really what I meant to say. Monday's just been amazing. And it would be nice if we can get today to be half of what Monday was. Let's get back on the stock, Kiefer. Wow. Yeah, maybe we should be on some puts. Are any of you guys running with puts? Any of my lovers running with puts? That's what I want to know. Any of my guys. The ones I take credit for. Are any of my guys running with puts? 457. Is that right, Techno? You usually do one put to 4 longs. Okay. It's like an insurance, metric for you, gap or whatever. It works. The numbers are working for you like that. No puts. Yeah, that's me. No puts. Same as you, EMF. You had a put earlier, but not now. We're at 457. It's just hard. It's nice to win on puts, whatever. I prefer to win on calls because I want to grow companies. That's just a personal desire. You can say what you want. Yeah, I would rather win with the company, with people, with everybody, than against anyone. I really like it when everyone's winning. That's what American Mantics is. And it gives us the ability to unite and do things 1,000 times better than what we're doing now. People often say that, but when you unite and you get serious with love and truth, think about how your homes are. You wouldn't allow greed to fester in your home and decide how things turn out between you and your family. You're going to use love and let that one do it, and courage and care. And that's what we need running the outside too. And it would be so powerful. Right now, we are at 458.67. Yeah, 458.57 was now 459.59. So, puts might have printed for a while, but it might be over. You never know. I mean, at these numbers, it could be over. It could be over and you're just hanging on. That's what happened to us on Friday. It was long over and we were hanging on to those puts. And then it went up and it was like, yeah, your calls had value, but those puts were garbage. And you know what? That's what we did then. What do you say there's an indication that today looks a lot like that day? Might it happen again? What do you think? What do you think, Techno? Is that going to happen again? Yeah, you have to sell your puts quick. There you go. I like that. You get in, you sell them quick. That's what Techno says. You have to sell your puts quick. Just profit taking. Get in there, see it jump a little bit. You're not trying to see it multiply and quadruple. Sure, it might do that and you might lose out on that, but you get out quick. Now, I have another question for you. Do you have a PDT problem? Pattern day trading rule, or are you over 25,000 and that doesn't affect your account? Because doing what you're saying is amazing and brilliant, but more difficult for people who don't have, over $25,000 in their account. meaning you could still do the same things he's saying. It's still best, but you don't get to keep profit taking for the day. You got to get out and then boom, And so there's going to be times when it's running where you take a risk and you don't get out. And those are, that pattern day trading rule is not for you. Yeah, that'll wreck you quick. We all need to be so against that. There's no reason that we have to be handicapped like that. I heard one person say, oh, that helps you. That's for your safety. No, don't buy that. That's bull crap. There's nothing about the PDT that's for your safety. That really the most thing it does is it keeps you handcuffed in ways that cost you money. That's what it does almost every day. I don't listen to things like that. Even like short selling is a good market mechanism. It provides liquidity. And no, we have other ways to provide liquidity. We don't have to have short selling. Tell me, I'm logical. If there's a really, and I mean outstanding good reason for short selling, okay, I won't be hard-headed. But no, I don't see it. Nope, I'm sorry. Short selling? And, sure, there's going to be some companies that run, but, that's when you can change. I don't see the sense in destroying wealth. I want to see us build and make a better country and build new innovation. That's how you deal with inflation. Inflation can be dealt with by innovating your way to a better world. You make 1,000 times progress than normal because you're working together, you have a lot of things engaged, then you'll need the money to supply that engine with power so it can make the world of abundance. I think mRNA and Hood are pumping dumps to generate capital to cover AMC MOAS. That's an interesting take too. We'll see what happens. I talk about Moderna a lot, techno, and have done its math and have looked into the company. I totally see it being worth what it is, but that doesn't take away that it was on the Wall Street bets, and there was some momentum from that. I think even yesterday we felt evidence of some short squeezing, just like I've been talking about. I feel like it was, maybe not, but certainly it's due then. But it felt like just a tad bit. I wanted to see stronger movement, to be honest, and to take it into, I was even talking about it was possible to see it go into like $700 and $800 if it were to squeeze. So that's what I think of as being a short squeeze, not it ran $70. Moderna does that normally, so that still don't take away from the fact that it could have had a little short squeeze to it. Let's see how this thing is doing. I think I'm out of it. So it's the 461 right now, and it looks like it's just gonna snap right back into that pattern. There it is. It's got its little horns. If you move over, you see that same horn pattern a lot, and then it comes down. And so the next part is where it comes down, and this time it'll drop a little bit below, so it's going to go to 455.90. That's what these puts are going to do, if they turn out to do what the rest of this is doing. And it looks like this pattern has been holding strong. Even when it veers away, it gets right back on track each time. It veered away twice, quite considerably. Here, it veered away. And then it came back in track, and then it veered away again, but it came right back on track, and you could see that track. It starts up here and goes straight that way. And it's already showing it's coming down on that walk that I just said. So it'll come lower than this. To keep the trend going, it must be lower than this side, which means, the puts are still doing its thing. I mean, it could turn around. I kind of figured it was, I got to zoom back to see any larger patterns. It might still be going sideways in its own little way. Remember, when looking at patterns, you're seeing a lot. You're seeing patterns within patterns within patterns, and you're considering decisions based on all of them. You might have a larger pattern that's going in one direction and a smaller pattern that's still within that larger pattern, but doing a side little thing. So be aware of that stuff. That's when I think it jumps. All the patterns sort of line up with each other and say straight up. Yep, we're still waiting to see. 458. So if it turns around here and starts coming up, then we might have what is a turnaround. But I don't think I'm not convinced that's what happened there. You know, every time it stops, maybe it just took a small break. It does it going up, doesn't it? It takes a bunch of these small breaks, and then we're like, oh, don't worry, but it's still coming up. Same difference. Do me a favor, like the program, because I do my very best for you. I share with you all I know about Moderna so that you can make some money and in some cases save some money. I am very transparent so you can see everything that I'm doing. And ultimately speaking, I do my very best in order to share with you what I think will help you make money and in some cases change your life forever. So if you could like the comment, and like the show and share it, I would appreciate it. And if you don't do it, we'll end the show right now. Because you know what I find? Some people, they don't care. And so why keep going? And I could just do what I'm going to do, finish up what I'm doing. And I want to be appreciated. So can we please add a few more of those likes? I know everybody else who got in there did their part. And you guys got quite a good show already. Time now is 11:03. And I just want to see it get up to at least 7. Maybe 7 or 8 likes. Because it's been sitting steady where it's at now. And if maybe 1 or 2 of you are holding the key for us to continue going, we'll see what fate tells us. Either way, fate will give us the answer. Fate does that a lot. And I feel pretty good about our day today, how things went. I am thinking about tomorrow and the rest of today. Today's by far not over. We're still having 5 hours almost left to the trading day. I have some plans. I'm thinking there might be some pretty good purchase endpoints. I still got $1,000. And where am I going to go with it? You better believe I'm watching these patterns. And what I see here is a false start. Boom, false start back down. I think it's going to try it again. And if you look very closely, that bottom is actually higher than that bottom. We could be doing something special. You'll not know what I'm doing unless you like the video, though, because it looks like nobody else is getting on. So we'll go ahead and shut this one down here in another minute if it doesn't change. And if that does happen, I love you guys very much. That never changes. I think we do very well. Some of you have done well enough to buy a home. And I'm teaching you about options and teaching you about your mind. That's part of Mind Mantics. Go check out the Mantics program on the channel. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It makes the difference. And I hope you enjoyed the program on Meaty McCready, who is teaching people, only the people who went on his program, because he charges immensely for that. And then he teaches those folks how to be as greedy as he is. And he doesn't give them very good stocks, because I've used this stock suggestion, for example, CCIV at $43. And I remember vividly Kevin was saying that's a great deal because he's so invested in it in himself. Himself is invested in that stock. And he talks a lot about, this is a great company, yada, yada, yada. And nowadays, his tune has totally changed. And that's what I don't like. It's like, either be honest about it, say what is a good company. Don't just be guessing and pretending you're like knowing something that you don't know. And, that's what Kevin does, a lot of that. And so he could be a bit more honest with people and be more helpful for people. So we have 7, 1 more like, and I'll stick around because that's what fate told me, to get 2 more likes. So it's whichever one of you guys There's like several of you I know by now that are sitting out there that didn't like it. And so just get into the pattern of doing that. I'm getting into the pattern of being here. Look, I'm not charging for this. I had a class going where I had people email me in, and I was building on teachables, but quite frankly, I'm doing this free. I mean, liking and, just showing the process support tells the algorithms, look, there's 9 people watching this and 9 people like it. Let's share it to more people. But when you don't do that, it doesn't do that. So, then why should I continue sticking around for that? Because I'm not growing. I want to grow with you guys together. And so when you're here soaking up great information and only it's you and a few friends of ours, which I do it for, well, then we're missing out on what could be the growth. And that's that. I'm always going to do my very best job when I come in. It's always about making money, having fun. And guess what? AMC, it's at 34.12 right now. And that's fine. It's just running around. It'll do its thing. Today's a little bit down for us is what I'm ultimately seeing. mRNA is at 460. And I would bet to say, we're going to look at a couple of others. Wait a second. Did we get up to 8 yet? Oh, bummer. Well, there's 7 watching and 7 likes. So I'm assuming that's fair enough to say 1 like representation for everybody. Although for some reason I feel like there's been a recycling of some people, and that perhaps there's still somebody out there that can help out with a like to send this thing where it needs to go. And that would be certainly nice. I want you guys to share it too, by the way. In fact, get in the habit of doing that. Don't think I'm not watching. Please share it with your friends. I'm working so hard. I come here 8 hours a day. This does not pay extra. And I'm helping you guys. Sometimes that costs me some of the best movements. You've seen it happen live, where I miss out on selling and then ultimately the contract becomes worthless because I'm here. I love you guys. So please do your part, help out, and make sure, we could tell who are the serious ones because they stick around. And the moment that, you consider, and that's what I like, these guys, they won't give a like, but the other guys, that care, they realize that that's a small thing to give. And that's how I am, I mean, I don't lie. If the content's good, I'll give a like. If I enjoy, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, you hate the content, but give a like. I'm saying if you enjoy it and you think it's helpful, then give a like. If you don't want your Happy Healer to be spending 5 or 10 minutes talking about likes, we all can see how many people are watching it. I don't hide that. I keep everything open. And so, just automatically put your like on there and we don't even have to talk about it. Don't you know I'll look, and if it makes sense, then I'm not going to mention it. If there's 8 people watching but 10 likes, I'll assume, okay, a lot of people are liking it because they came and they went and then more new people came. And so please like it, be appreciative, be a lover like I love you so very much. And let's try and be more appreciative of, these long days where I don't get paid to do this. And I want to do it better and get more people on board because I want to teach them about, the new world that we're all working for. And you're working for it. You have no idea. I don't know each one of you individually, but I could assume there's some younger guys here that they're thinking about their future. Maybe they have a wife and a kid or 2 kids, or maybe they're single. And I'm talking to you, fathers. Maybe you're single, you have a couple of things going on in your life, and you really care about what's happening, and you think, what's the next thing that's going to propel you forward, and you're focused on that thing, crystal clear, whatever it is. In fact, it's hard especially for these really ambitious dudes and chicks, but we're talking about my viewers here. And so what happens is everything becomes about that, and you have no time left for what is ultimately going to be able to give you the best gift. And that's what we talk about. So right now we're at 340. No, we're at 34.18. And where is Moderna? It's hidden on me. Oh, it's hanging out at 460, which is relatively strong. I sold my my contracts at 457, I think. So 460 is pretty much right there. I want to see Moderna break through and have a good day, of course. But I have 1,000 to put on it when I feel like it's ready to go. All right, maybe now's that time. Let's see what this other one is telling us. It's moving, I'll tell you that. I just seen it at 464. Let's see. Come on, Moderna, let's go. Okay, so it came back a little bit, but it was up higher than that. Let's get in there. Let's see. So it's still choosing. It's still choosing. And yeah, it's pulling up higher than this last one. Oh, I think Moderna is a good chance to turn around. I'm going to get in on that $1,000 as good as I can. Maybe I'll lose more money. I hope not. But man, I'd like to be in on this right now. Maybe this one? And buy that. I only buy one. This thing's moving relatively quick. I think I can get in for that. The spread isn't so bad. Should just cover. There it is. It's in. So now I have one. I'm 22 down. It's at $34. Yep, I feel good. I think... no, I'm sorry. It's at 462, not 434. 462. And so I think it's coming up. I hope. I'm just hopeful. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's still going sideways. No, it's still holding above that previous mark. And it's still... Oh, there it is. It moved on us. But it's still above. So we're looking at it. I like the action. Let's see what happens. Good luck-a-roo. Now you got to see that change. Okay, we got 9 people here. Maybe we can get one of you guys to give a good like and a good share. Remember, I have special awards for you guys who do that. And don't tell them everybody else what it is. Let's see if they're kind enough to like first, and then we'll tell them what it is. So, yeah. We'll check and see if they like it, if it goes past 7. And then if they do some shares, we'll share it with them after that, what that special gift is. And it's really good. Yep. Okay, so 462.82. Looks like it might be fizzling a little bit, you know, those musical notes. Hey, yesterday was doing some musical notes, and I said, this is crazy looking. We're going to go crazy, aren't we? And we did. And after how bad we got hurt on Friday, I was so reluctant to just jump in with both feet. And, you know, I couldn't do that, like, because subconsciously I knew other people, too, were learning from me. So I couldn't do that. I had to make sure that was okay first. And then I went in, and it was okay, wasn't it? Very happy day. But I had to make sure it was okay. And folks, those of you who watch this show, you know all kinds of little ways how I help and how it turns out just right. I'm looking at all the myriad of factors that I've already known and that I push and that I, not push, but that I speak about and I teach when it comes to Moderna. But then I'm also looking at the tracement and the chart and the other variances. And in the moment, I give some pretty good insight on what might be happening. And at that moment, what I'm going to do, so that you are prepared with the best knowledge, and it happens over and over again. So you might not be that familiar with options, but because you're watching me, you see how it works, you can pause and go back. It might be the best education you get. And you can see how the value works against it. You know, because shockingly enough, those who teach options, they start pulling out all these charts and everything they do, but they never, you know, just do it kind of like what I'm doing, you know? Making it easy to see and sticking pretty much on one stock and talking about the variances in it. So it's coming down. Yeah, and I mean, obviously I could vote in any stock that's, you know, but I just prefer. It's at 461.59. So let's see what these guys are saying over at Weeble. I like to check up on the comments over there. Where'd my phone? Oh, here it is. It's at 462 right now. So let's check back and see what we're doing. Okay, we're going back up again. All right, let's see here. Man. We're doing okay, but really need to rock and roll. I bought this at I bought it at 464, right? Okay. So there it is. It's going on the profit now. So yeah, it looks right. Although I'd like to buy more, I'm pretty locked in, aren't I? Can't really buy much with that 200. I could buy a small one, but it's good for the week in case it continues to run. But it sucks having just one call and expecting it to do all this work. That's why I prefer always to put out a few more calls. And by tomorrow, Wednesday, those contract prices that expire on Friday will come down. You'll be able to use with what your budget is to buy more of those. Hopefully on Friday we have a really good day and those contracts will be cheap and you can really make a difference on Friday. I mean, for $100 you could bring in 1,000 easily when it's priced right, when it starts going. Although Moderna might not be that cheap until the last hour or something crazy and you only get one good shot in power hour, but I guess you get what you pay for in that regard. And I've made long calls. You've seen it. I've said right when I was doing it, I'd buy 60-something of contracts that are just so cheap. And I would say outright why I'm doing it. You know, if this goes amazing, I'm going to look like, you know, such a smart guy for having bought them. Can you imagine if it ran? And it can do it. Imagine if it had a good push from, you know, getting its MOAS and getting a gamma squeeze, and this thing runs. Let's say it runs to $900. And on top of that, I'm sitting with 65 calls at, you know, at the time it seemed like it was high, but not later. I'm looking at 65 calls at, you know, $650 when it's trading at $440. That didn't seem realistic. But then, let's say it runs hard like that, and it runs all the way up to 800 or 900, like analysts say it can all day long. Well, you want to know what the math would be on that? That'd be interesting to look at. We're at 465.85 right now. But just let's look at that real quick. If we had, as we were saying, we had 67 contracts. Excuse me. And let's say there's 67 contracts. Okay, let's step away from that for a moment. The contracts were with Moderna at 440, so, and let's say it got up to like 900. So 900 take 900 take away 440. That's $460 profit on each one of these contracts, right? So no, hold on, let me think straight. This gets a little bit confusing. So there's 460, you have 67 of them, and so you're up $460. Yes. So then you're going to times that by 67, right? So that's a $30,000 increase on 67 contracts for that. No, that's not right. We're missing something. No, because it moves. It makes $100 for every dollar it moves. All right, I got to go back real quick. So this is 440 take away from if it went up to 900, right? 900 take away 440. We're going to do this over. That's wrong. 900 take away 440. Do this right. All right, so 460. Now 460 times 100. That's what we need to do first. Times 100, because each one is 100. So each one of these are worth 46,000. Now multiply that by 67. Now we're talking $3 million. That's what it would be worth. $3,082,000. So it cost me $500 in the moment, and there's a real chance that can happen. Like, it's not like a lottery ticket by no means. I mean, with all the energy that this thing was having, it was a possibility that, you know, maybe a good 20% chance that could happen if all those things came together, and it seemed like they were. Just the other day they started, and Moderna is underpriced right now, and not a lot of people realize that. And so $3 million could have been made if that worked out. So do I sometimes place those wild off the side bets that don't cost a lot but likely won't win, and I know that in advance? Yeah. So this is up 225 now. That's nice. Our losses are still stagnant because we're at 33.98 on AMC. And we're down for the day when actually we were up for the day on that. I'm not too worried about that because we were holding on to that to start with. All I did was add to that position when it was down. That to me was the most prudent choice to make. Time now is 11:22. Wow, kind of early. It's early for me to have gone bust on all my budget. Well, I got 220. You know what I mean? They go through that so quick. It's unbelievable. So let's see what happens. It ran $5. Let's get back to the chart. And I think it's got an upward movement. I think that's what we need to hang on to, is that upward movement. I'm locked and loaded as much as I ever can be now. Well, maybe I can get some cheap call. That's worth getting at this moment, since I was talking about it especially. Oh, we got those 620 calls. Those are 80 cents. Totally, it's really 5, so that could work out. Okay. It'd be nice if I can get 3 of something. Alright, well, maybe, let's see. So these are those. That's not right. We're supposed to be looking at this one. Alright, these are those 620 calls, and they're getting more expensive as we're talking. It's like people hear me talking. Okay. And let us see if we can, we can go higher, we can go lower. Let's see what lower changes things by. Of course, maybe we'll do 2, seeing what they turn out to be. Let's see. So that's 248, more than my budget, but it did come down to 600. I mean, that's only a little bit more to bring it to 600. Let's go to 610. So I can have 3 at 610, it'd be 226. I still don't have enough. Well, the price is increasing too. So right back to 620, let's get in there and shoot it. Boom. Now I have 3 contracts, and I have 1 out there because I think that those are worth hanging on to, and I'm going to hang on to it till Friday probably on those. I got them cheap enough that I'm not that scared, although they are call contracts, and each one of those, the way it's been working out, have turned out to be bought for really cheap, but their value is much more. Whoa, it's not in there. Orders, working, canceled. You got to look for that. I think I know what the problem is. I need to change my account probably. Let's see. That's 189. The other one's probably got nothing in there. 34. So let's go 189. And then now we got to do it. All right, let's get back on that sucker. Got screwed. Let's get back on there real quick. Got to get right back to it. We're going to do one at a time. We got to get right back to it. 620. Boom, chuckle. How high does it go these days? 740? How much are those 740 calls? It ain't going to go like that, but let's just say like 7. I don't know. These got to be a lot cheaper. Let's say 7. So they're, oh wow, bid 28.49. Okay, hold on, cancel. Let's look at this again. Holy cannoli, don't ever hit cancel when you're working on something. Take it back to the 1. Now I have 1 in there. We're looking at calls, buy to open. Again, we're going to bring it way up there, 740, but let's see if we bring this up 3 weeks. What is that going to cost? So, oh wow, okay, all right. So bid, all right, cancel that out. Again, I think there's a better button to hit than cancel, and we'll try that. But 740, let's see for next week. That would be for August 20th that it would cancel. We're going to bring this down to 1. That should make it pretty cheap there. Wow, this, okay, that's affordable. 128. All right, so we'll buy 1 of these, and we'll get it done now. I wanted to get 2, though. What can I do to make it 2? I'd have to bring the week back, but this gives me 2 weeks. Yeah, I want 2 for 2 weeks. Okay, I know what to do. Let's get this one to start with, and I have to get a cheaper one yet. All right, let's see. Get that one to start with. Well, let's see. Where's it at? Is it in the system? Let's see, did it pay for it? Yeah, it paid for it, so it must be there. There it is. Okay, what? Okay, yeah, there it is. It's down $11 already. That's unbelievable. All right, so but my other call's up 57.50, and so it must be on a downswing on its way back up again. Yeah, nicely done. Okay, and this is okay. So let's go back in there. I don't think I have much left. $60, but we'll do what we can. And we'll get back in here. We'll get back to the those, but we'll keep it in this week this time. That should give us a much cheaper price. So 25 cents to 30 cents, 23 we got. I think we have 60. I could buy 2 of those. I mean, if it runs, otherwise it's going to be a waste probably. But if we get onto a good run, like yesterday, but with some more of that pizzazz stuff, yeah, then that would work out. But before we shoot it, let's take a look at a couple of others. Let's say 680, and maybe I can only get 1 or something. Okay, yeah, that's 680, and I'd only be able to get 1. I should have negotiated that other one a little bit better. I was thinking it was close enough. And it's moving. This stock is moving. All right, so that's 1. I can get 1 of those. What do you guys think's better? The one of these at the Moderna 680 call, or should I go to like the other one, which was like 7 something? It's moving. I need to just move with it. All right, let's pull back. Pull back, because we're gonna go back 1. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna get back in this sucker, but we're gonna go for 2, and we're gonna squeeze that baby out. Maybe 730 will be okay. Let's see. These are 33. Nope, I have a $60 limit. Wow, it's like I gotta buy the most cheapest thing on the board. I do have one that's good for next week now, though. That's helpful. All right, let's go for that. Let's see what it does. Boom. Come on, baby. Don't reject it, please. It rejected it. Here it is. Let's buy 1 at a time. Similar order, but make this 1. Okay, everything else the same. Bye. All right, go. I didn't put a thing in, but that's fine. So we got 1. We'll do 1 at a time. All right, that one went through. Let me just confirm. So there it is. Under Moderna, I have 3 contracts now. This thing is going up. All right, let me try and get that 4th with $29. Ah, that's so funny. So funny. Only because I believe in it moving am I going way out there. Okay, so let's see what these prices are on this now. They're coming up a little. 25 was my budget. What do I have? 29? That should work. If I put a limit on here of like say 27, it should work. Let's see what it does. It's going to reject. No, it's working. Okay, good. Let's see. Working. I can even increase the price a little. Cancel, replace. We're going to increase it 1 penny. Oh, geez, it's moving fast over there. Oh, it's good. It went through. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I got 4 now. See, sometimes it pays to do these negotiations. Do you see how cheap I got for some of those? Now, it turns out if this thing runs, those can go up to $2,500 each. Sure, not. All they need to do is get to the strike price. Now, you have to ask yourself, can it get to the strike price? Sure, if we get a good move going. And even if it only makes it halfway, it'll start gaining a lot of value and you can choose to sell it. So there's many ways you could win on that. Now, do I condone doing it? No, man, that's up to you to make. You got to make your financial choices. When I made that small, tiny bet for that kind of money, that's the thing. I expect to lose that money unless it goes the way I want it. But we are up 468.86. We got in kind of at the bottom, so we're doing everything right today. Your Happy Healer lover has had losses on AMC, but that's one thing. On Moderna, we're down a bit, but it's not just Moderna. And now for the day, we're coming back up. And for the P&L Open, we are up. How about that? How about those Happy Healer lover nuts? Did you know I got Happy Healer lover nuts? I have lover nuts. I think I'm gonna package them up and sell them online. Happy Healer lover nuts. And then you can have, like, you know, my favorite peanuts covered in different chocolates and stuff, like white chocolate and stuff, and like just regular dark chocolate and stuff, and just like regular chocolate and stuff, and it'd be like my Happy Healer lover nuts. I think I burned my nose hairs on that one. I smelled a little burned hair, and there's no hair there except on my nose just a little bit. I don't have a lot of hair. I've always been pretty, beautiful growing up. I'm a beautiful man. I'm just a beautiful 42-year-old virgin. Just kidding. Well, how would you know? I mean, I'm a lover anyways, so, and I'm God's lover, so maybe I'm like, not a virgin. Maybe I had a lot of sex. You just never even know. So we are at right now $466. $467. Wow, are we moving around like that again? Seriously? We're picking up some volatility. So that should increase the price of the stock depending on how long it stays with us. And so let's go ahead and see what's going on. We're up 77 on that one. And then those tiny plays are up a little bit too. Okay, let's see what this is doing on this play right here. Yeah, okay, so that's good. Let's see. That's 466. Okay, it is coming up. Look at that. There's no doubt. You see the pattern? Just be patient. And then over here, yeah, see? And it's done that a lot on the downside, so it'll do it on the upside too. Now, if you zoom back even more, are there any larger patterns that this thing is going to connect to possibly? I don't see it. I think it broke away from that bottom point. But there is an argument that it can do it. It can do it. So maybe it might snap all the way back down. I have to consider that, man. That would be scary. Although we're going up right now, so I think we're okay. I'm not trying to scare anybody. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're already coming back up. So relax. Oh, I'm not showing you this? Hold on. Doggone it. Sorry about that. Make sure you remind me if you want to see something. So yeah, we're going back up. It looks good. I like the pattern. Now, what we want to see what's going on with BioNTech. Oh, look at that one. And I don't see like a spike going back up on this one, huh? Interesting as it is, I don't see that at all. I don't see it at all. Okay, I tried. We're gonna go back to the other one. I like Moderna better. I always said Moderna's the best one. And now we're trying to get back to it. Yeah. It's gone up even more. Now it's almost to 470. We labeled this just right, folks. It is on its way up. It's proven it over and over again. Yeah, and things change, but that's a good pattern. I mean, since the point that I said that, it was at what? 457, 58, that kind of thing. And now we're at 470. And we're following this pattern up. No, not that. Let's go back, please. Thank you. This pattern right here. Boom, shakalaka, bang, bang. And no reason to, get in a flurry when you see things go wrong. Now that's 470. Hopefully we get a good MOAS going, man. Let's make it happen on both sides. If this is doing well, you know what else might be doing well? Take a guess. Just take a guess. AMC. Let's see. 3402. I think AMC will do well. And remember, we put more on AMC now. How many more did I buy of AMC? Because that did take some of my budget, Yeah, that did take some of my budget, 34, let's see, budget on AMC is 34.38 without glasses. Okay. So we got 5 AMC calls there, and here we have another 3. So we have 8 waiting for that big movement. I think it'll come. I hope it'll come. Alright, but in the meantime, I'm waiting on this to turn out. Oh yeah. Let's see, once we get up to 470 and stay above 470, then we're looking at 471, and these are moving pretty good. We're at 470, 470.20. There we go. Yeah, we're on an upswing. It's all confirmed. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 contracts in, surprisingly, and you could see even despite this going up, they're bouncing around, some of them with no value. The only one that's really pouring in money at the moment is the one at the bottom, and that's because of the value that they possess here. Now, that's a fact, but 471.35, my lovers. $471.35, my lovers. For 7204, lovers and loverettes, we're all lovers. We got the well, how would you call it? Like the wiener variety lovers, and we have the jai variety, the vajai. I don't know if that's what you call it. There's probably a better name for both. 472.30, 472.60, we're doing it. I love it. Let's get this thing going. Let's pump it and running. Now you see the thing with this PD that's killing us. I'd like to pour another grand into it, but can I do that? No, I cannot do that. I can't believe that. Yep, looks good. 472.02, and we're looking good. Just me and you. You. I love you guys. I love you, girls. I think we did good. See, because had we bought a bunch of calls to start with, man, that would look so ugly. We'd be so down right now. You know, we might have lucked out on. I mean, we did make some money on some puts earlier, but you know, whatever the case, I think that the Bears ultimately did have their day, and that now it's turned around. And that happens a lot, unfortunately, to the Bears. It's like they only ever get a half a day. And, you know, that's for them to be unfortunate. For those who are in it the other way, then it's real fortunate for them. And I can't ever be against people that are trying to build up companies and build up their own portfolio. That's a good way to operate right there. It's all they ever get is just a half a day. It's a really good way to operate, to build up both companies and portfolios. I mean, these are going to be the companies that help us build our country up, to build our country out. And I don't know about you, but we all have to think like we're all in charge of this and take responsibility to a degree. And by doing that, it means we all have to think about like what's next and how are we going to achieve this? Do they have the money? Do they have the means? What are these guys saying? What are the people who are most in charge acting like? And what are they saying? You know, they're talking about, oh, we'll get this many, 2 trillion for this much. They're not putting enough out, really. I mean, the kinds of massive change that we're talking about, we're talking about raising the value and raising the specter. It's like when you raise value on the stock market, that's not hurting anything, that's raising value. You do the same thing with people because markets respond to the value that people themselves represent and to whom they serve. We can build up so much value. And in fact, I was thinking in ways without it becoming, you know, like a bad thing, that even we can, well, we are investing in people, that's the thing, but that we can pay those investments through the stock market, that people would actually get stock and they would be interested in that. If they've never had it before, they wouldn't have a choice, they would become interested and they'd see what it makes. And when it's going up and in a healthy market where things are always being backed and driving forward, I think that would work. I do. That's right, Cozy Tech. You hang on and be careful. He says, about to jump 15 plus if this breaks 470. I think so, so hang on. We're at 474, 475. Come on, keep it going. Yeah, crouches to jump, remember that. That's good. We're eating back some of that losses from earlier. I'm looking at that 473. Well, let's see. I think it's still good. It didn't fall below this last one right there, which is 472.50. But we'll just watch and see what it does. It's almost to 474. We're at 474. And that's off its high. It's more empowered. $475, folks. Let's see how we're doing over here. Man, I regret that I can't have more in this. That's when you hang on to your calls too long. If I had like 10 of those calls sitting there, it would be at 377. But I'm not going to worry about that. Can't do it right now. No siree. And the, just can't do that. And I'm going to hang on to that longer call. In fact, I'm going to buy some more of those into the future when my money comes out tomorrow. I'm going to buy like maybe I'm going to buy some out of the money calls in both AMC and in Moderna. I'm probably going to spend like maybe $1,000 on that. I'm going to dedicate that I'm willing to go goodbye with, that I'm willing to send, and just forget about it. Just set it and forget it. And the main thing I want on those is time. So maybe put them out for like a month and see how many I can get with $1,000 so far out as I can get. And man, those will be sitting there. If something big happens, they'll be sitting there. And I think it has a good chance. I just think it needs more time. Remember when I said it was going to 500, it did go to 500, didn't it? But it needed just one more day. And in that day where it was hurting us, we got really hurt, some of us. So even that one day wasn't enough to bring us all the way back to being good. But it was really good in its own right, what it was. And that's what we need, some more of those. If it runs, and it can run, and setting back some is healthy. I always say that's healthy. To come back a little bit like that and then to run again, that's very healthy. And you guys have heard me say that. We've been doing this long enough for those predicaments to already have come and gone. And you've heard my talk on it. It's pretty much the same. I'm very consistent in the way I do this. And that's what you're learning. With me. We're at 476 almost. There it is. Yeah, that's what I mean by I wish I couldn't do. Maybe I could borrow money from one of you guys. There's no way to get money into your account, right? Until you could do a wire transfer, but it takes 2 hours. So there's no way you can get into this if you've already used your money. It's at 476.39, which is great. Let's go take a look at things here. Now, if I had 10 of these open and I was up $4,750, which is possible, I would just have to be at this number instead of, Yep. $477. All right, so let's see what you guys are saying. We have, I think, Moderna, Hood, and Pump. Let's see. I put puts against seminaries starting May at 160. Lost big. Oh, I'm sorry that you lost, Techno, and I'm glad you're with us. We're at 476 now. And so let's read this out. And yeah, Techno, you're amazing, buddy. There's a lot of people screaming. Even I did puts, and I lost a lot. That's what all that money I lost last week was believing in those bears. They're so mean and rude. And they kind of get you whether you want them to or not, because they put that fear in you. And in greed, hell, fear is rampant everywhere. And so that's what happened there. So you got puts against mRNA starting in May at 160 and lost big. I don't know how many of those puts you got, but that'd be interesting to know. And lost big time. mRNA is great. Thank you for seeing that. Just mean 350 to 500, I think, is a pump. The unusual options at 370 last week or 2 ago called the last huge gain. Caused it, I think you mean. And yeah, it could be. We'll see, right? And then we have think this is the last good opportunity before markets tank. Rich are pulling money out of the market, transferring to retail for bag holding for us, I guess, right? Lots of retail for money form stimmy that may take some, that may keep some gang going. Cozy Tech about to jump $15 if this breaks 470, so he's saying to 485, and then have to hedge for them calls. Obviously shorts will protect that mark. So right now we're at 475. Yeah, I mean, and then too, you could just believe in the long version and say, oh, I'm going to hold this all the way to tomorrow. Today was our down day, tomorrow's our up day. You know, those kinds of patterns exist too. Like, let's say if we pull out on our pattern here, which it's still going up, it's just settling, to me, a crouch to jump. It's doing great. But let's pull back. Let's go on this and pull back for like 3 months. Man, Moderna's just been rocking it for 3 months. Look at that. But the patterns are still there. And they show from week to week. Let's see. 5, 4. Yeah. And so now it's at 476.47. And look at those patterns when they dip and have a bad day. I'm trying to see. Let's see. This is for 1 day. Okay, each one of these. So you kind of have to look at the week. But this started the week. And that sucks. We're at 478 almost. So we're getting there. We're going. $477.89. There it is. 478. Almost. 477.99. I knew it was just going to say 478, but then it didn't. It might be that when it breaks it, it'll go straight to 479. That's kind of how this thing is doing. But look at these huge jumps it's still taking. This may go on for the rest of today. That's why you see me buy those long calls. So, and if I sell my bigger option down, that's fine. I made some good money on it. Let's see where it's at right now. That is A-okay, because those other ones could always pick up. But you know what? I'm not going to sell it, though. I still think I can ride it a bit further. I'm cutting down my daily losses. I only got 500 down. I hear a plane almost. Oh, that's a truck. Okay. I was going to say I heard a plane. So it's 478 right now. I'm up 530, only down 500 for the day. I think I'm going to hang with it. I believe that it's going to go to about 485 too, Cozy. I agree with that. Or no, higher. I believe it's going to reach it. That'll be positive on the day even. If this cycle stays, then then it's going to be hard to overcome it. There's a lot of eyeballs on Moderna right now. And let me get in there and leave a message for these guys. 477 is where we're at now, almost 478. I mean, you could see, pull back, you could see when we go cancel out, when we go to my account, we go just to community, and I think how that works. And that's that. I never seen those before. All right, let's see. We're at 476.64. We were almost at 479. I think it's crouching to jump. Let's get it. Yeah, I mean, look how high it went up. So it's still on a positive swing. And, it's just a matter of the energies that it's working with right now. I feel like it's going up. Now, obviously, we're very well, placed into this thing. We didn't get out at any levels, even though I was discussing it for a moment. And it's, It's down 7 something, so it's okay. AMC's up to 34.69. Let it run. Yeah, I mean, we hit the 12 o'clock hour. This day is just getting going. It could be positive from here on out. Might have needed some of that correction. It's hard to say, you know? These are my feelings. It's based on what the market's going to agree on. Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful morning. This afternoon, I have no more money to go in with. Maybe if I were to sell one of those, you know what? I wonder, Jason, if when you sold your calls, I think maybe if you still have them, you're getting good now. But did that money become available to you right away, or did you have to wait for that? I'm on a different app, so maybe it don't matter. Yeah, I'm on a different app, Jason, so maybe it doesn't matter. And we'll do a call out to Marijuana Mantics. We love you. Some people don't like that I do that. I'm like, man, marijuana is great. It gets you really focused in and relaxed, you know. Sometimes it's helpful to be in that state when you're even doing this, as long as you can stay focused on what's important. You know, I have my vices and I'm going to get over them. But, you know, and I'm quite open why they happened. I mean, they're ridiculous why they happened. All right, so we're at 474.58. Is that a turnaround? Did we hit a high and now we're going down? Let's go take a look at this trend that's working itself into the day here. Moderna. We're already back up a bit, so that's good. And this is kind of a smaller trend, but it's still going up. I mean, it's still going sideways and down a little. So let's see what market, like down here would be the next floor kind of for this move. 473.66. We certainly don't want to go below that. And right now we're at 474.80 something, working with it. Let's see where my long call is. I might go ahead and let it go. Watch it be like flush, nothing. No, we're up 320 on it. All right, I don't want to be too rambunctious because it might literally be ready to pump up another, $10 or something. With a bigger move like that, you expect a bigger move up. So let's see. Maybe it might keep coming down, which means bad news for me, but I'm not going to give up on it yet. I'd like to see it start going up now that it came down a little. Yep. So we have a little bit of a work ahead of us to see that through. And I'll sell it for a bit of a loss if I have to, which always sucks. I was up 500. Why would I sell for a loss? Because I want to still go up, but if it goes down too much, I'm not going to stick with it. All right. I'm going to copy this. I don't have time to write all that out right now. That's basically what I want to say. Because people here sometimes forget about me. And that's not good. I've been here talking about this stock for a long time. They need to know where I'm at because it could really affect things. I told you, there's a lot of people that count on that information. When they don't have it, they don't play. Okay, we're at 470. Now I don't like that. Let's go up. All right, so we put a little comment out there, so maybe now it'll go up. Although yep, there it is. Let's see, go up. They see my comment. It's going to make all the difference in the world. Let's go. Yep, 475. This is the one where it can reach up in the sky if it keeps going. It's got a chance. It can still flutter around, but it's proven itself because it's meeting this last, well, it was, but yeah, leading in this last movement. 474.87. That's better than 473.87. It's coming up. Let's see. I don't want it to out. There it is, coming down a little. 474. Come on, modernity. It is a little bit on a downtrend right there, but not like a long-term one. I think it might be very short. Yeah, but I don't want to get suckered in. Let me see where we're at. I have to have a limit because this thing will pop out quick. Man, I let it go, and that's it for me in profit today. 474.30. But man, I don't want to see another loss on this sucker. It's up right now. It varies around 474. Oh, people are talking on this. Let's see what's happening. Oh, that was an extra follower. Let's see. What's this one? Oh, okay, that's a like. Bag getter. Let's see what's going on. So I got 3 likes here. We'll add one myself. No comments. Okay, I forgot even what I wrote for now, but we'll read it back. All right, we're at 474, so it is going back up. All right, let's get some good luck. We'll read this. I have a price target for Moderna of 650. Be sure to hang out with us to learn how we capitalize off the movements, and I do that with you guys. I stick with you, don't I? Who does that? I stick with you. And a lot of people don't do that. We are at 16,000 in this account, and we do it all day in your face online so you can see what's happening. Okay, so that's the one I did. All right, let's take a look real quick. 476.80. Nicely done. Now, if I really wanted to get out, now I do it. But I think now it's proving itself again. It's getting back on that line. Let's see. It should go up more to match this line. Honestly, this line is where it was. If it sticks on this trend, then it should pop up to about 430 coming up very soon. But if it doesn't, then it won't. Yep, 478. Now it's got a new high. See? Now we're going to 480. Just like I knew. I mean, I can kind of see this pretty well. And so let's go back and see what we're reading here. Whoopsie daisies. The comment. Oh, man. All right, go back to the chart. Come on, let's go, chart. Whoops, I can't do that. How do I do it? Yeah, I guess I gotta go backwards. There we go. Alright, so I said we are at 16,000 in this account. That's what I started with. We do it all in your face online so that you can see and get the extra level of knowledge, how experience with options, as well as the plays we made and price action we've seen and gained. All gives you perspective. So much goes into making progress. Watch my call style, intense at times, but not fearful, courageous ways. Win the day for you too. We always talk about the honest solutions and make it about God. I would love to... Where is it at? Make it about God. I know finance and God don't mix too well, but we do it just fine with your Happy Healer lover, and that's true. Happy Healing has answers for everything. It can certainly deal with finance and progress. See you on ModernaExceels on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and get all notifications. All right, let's take a look what we got here. So we're up for almost 480. Nice prize. See, sometimes it pays to walk away for a second, but just for 1 second. And now we're looking at, what we can potentially do. For the day, we're 600 down, which is shocking considering AMC is also up to almost 35. And I think we're doing well for the bulls. If I sell that call, that's it for me. I can't buy any more. So this is where PDT gets in, start locking you in ways you don't appreciate. But let's get back to where we are. 480 should be in the bag. And then we can move on to the next projection, to the next job, to the next way. And we're going to keep that the way it goes. And let's get back on modernity. She's at 479.63, says modernity. And just like I said to you a moment ago, it's going to go out of this ditch and shoot way up and meet what? That line. Did it do that? It did that. That is exactly what I'm teaching here, so you can see. And it met that line, and it's still on the upside. So this next one should take it from this line where it is, 479.18, and bring it on. I can't see my hand, but I could tell you from here approximately. Oops. Cancel that, please. Yep, thank you. Now let's get back on there. Yeah, it should get up to about 483 here in a moment. As it moves up, you know? That's where it's going. Because the more that it moves right, then it takes a divergence from its path. It pulls away. You can't go actually to the right. You got to go to stay on this path. You got to make that forward movement. Let's go modernity. 480.36. There she is. 480.49. So yeah, she's doing good. Let's come back here and take a look at the numbers. And again, I'm just going to hang on to it because there's no reason to do anything else. And look at this. Even though I'm running on the 740 calls, they're actually down. That's funny, right? But on the 740 call here, this one is up a bit. What? Wait a second. Okay, that's because they're two different ones. This one is for the future. The other one is for today. Based on today. Oh, if I change accounts, I can buy another one of those cheap suckers. I'm going to do that. All right, let's go ahead and get to that cheaper account. We got that. Let's jump over here. We're going to buy another one of these cheapos. They're pretty cheapo. And right now it's really too expensive, but it won't be in a moment. Let's see. No, not like that. We got to change it over here. Okay, now we got to move this on up. Move it on up. Keep it in the same week. Let's see. It should be pretty cheap. Okay, there it is. It's good. All right, buy that sucker. Review. We got one. We got one. Is a call? Are you sure? That's for one call. Okay, roger that. Go. Boom. And did it cancel? Did it cancel? That's the main question. You always check if that sucker... Whoa, what's that? You got to be kidding me. It canceled? No. All right, go to simulate order. We don't know why it did that. Go to simulate order. Why'd you cancel? We should have enough for that. Why did you cancel? Oh, look at that price in there. Unlock. All right, go now. Lock it in. See if that was it. See if another one... Nope. Okay, it looks like we got it. Let's go to filled. Yep, there it is. Okay, so there's just a little error. And definitely, imagine if a call like that actually got, went through. That would be so insane. Okay. Let's add them both in. Let's add them all in. Alright, let's keep pushing it. 478.97. It could be, doing that little bitty crouch to jump again. Although it is a bit of a divergence from the line, so it needs to get back to that line to stay moving up. That's just, you can't get around that. That's how the physical world is. I study about the physical world and geometry and earth sciences and space. I understand about this stuff and how the elements, they work together. It's like a soup of elements coming together, making molecules, and atoms making molecules. And it's just amazing, how life comes out of these individual pieces and parts, so small. They can be knocked off your body. You would never see them. We have such a different world when you look at the world as it is from the tiniest of things. That's actually called what do you call that? I forget the name right now, but there's a name for that. I'm looking at this price. It started dropping a little. 478.10, 478.58. I want to see it come back up, and if it goes too far, then I'm getting out because it looks like it's leveling off. And when we see that divergence from the path that we're looking at, that's when we become very concerned. Yeah, let me use this phone where you can see. Come with me, Moderna. Yeah, I wish it would just be easy like yesterday. Oh, I'm on the wrong one here. And then I'll come see what you guys are saying. 478.51. Okay, not bad. Alright, let's get over here. Modernity, what can I do with you? We're down 692. Not too bad, considering how things have started and then went off today. Not bad at all. 478.27. I think it's going to pull up. Let's look at the other screen, which has even more than that under it, but I don't think it's going to accept that. Almost 479. It is going back up. Wow, it's been a hell of a ride, man. So it's 479.15. It looks like it's gonna. I mean, is that right? It's coming back nicely. I like that. I'm looking at Moderna. We're looking at the wrong scale. That's why it looks like that. But it still is coming back. 479.34. Although it could come up more. Let's see. I want to see. Honestly, I want to see 480. 3. I want to see 483 pop up. So that's $5 more than where it is. If it's to stay on that line, it really does need to get there. Otherwise, it might be leveling off or something. So we're waiting for it to go to 483. So what do we do if instead it goes to 475 or something? Honestly, I think that's a change, and I would be very reluctant to stay in. Where are we at with this? So it's up 495. And part of me says take it. Just take that. Stay on the other ones to ride to the moon. That's what part of me says. But I'm trying to make up for 1,000. Alright, so it's at 470, 740. Well, it's changing quickly. The volatility did go up, so I think the price of options probably went up a bit too with all that. I mean, it's been up for a while though. All right, we want to see a push up. We're waiting for that push up. I think it's coming, but I'm a little impatient. Almost to 480. It looks like we got that line coming up where it's going to go to 483. I think so. It has to if it's going to get back on track. It could still go sideways. And it could still go down, but down I doubt, with maybe sideways. I'd like to see it get up to that 483 and continue up. I think that's really where, the momentum is at, because we've seen it do the same thing coming down. It veers away and comes back many times. I was showing it to you as it happened. Nope, back down again. So we're going sideways. That's what it looks like. We could still pop up, do anything to get back to that line. If it's, it could fake you out quick. I always say that, it's a test. Before it ever gives you any kind of juice, that we're all looking for that juice, but it only gives it to us after we get tests, sometimes. Not yesterday, though. That was beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. And then it said, nah, we'll go sideways for a bit. And then it said, we're done with that. Boom, 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 boom. Just, it was great. Love to see that happen again. And that's what I mean. We're down now, but anything can happen. 478.50. If we let this go out of control down, we can further our losses, because we're only at 500 down now, considering all that has transpired. And let's look at our AMC positions. We got all accounts out. So, okay, there's the two AMCs. So they came down a little bit, but they're still okay. They're still down for that. That's what's driving the down, is the AMC, but it'll come back up. It's at 483 negative now. And the thing about those AMC calls is I do have more time on those. So, time. Yep, that's all that means. And those things could really run a lot further. You just got to be patient with them. And AMC is like that. And so we got 480 on Moderna. We got to get to 483. Can we do it? I think we can. 483, my lovers. So share this. We're up to 36 subscribers. We started with 0. And YouTube doesn't help anything. I think that's partly my fault. I need to use better keywords and stuff. So I probably need to get in there. Maybe somebody that wants to be my right-hand man in this, can help me with organizing that stuff, because I get so busy, but I doubt that'll happen. You never know. It'll be something special if they do. 480.73. Anybody with such a desire can just approach me. Okay. Okay, 480.50. Let's go take a look at that other chart. Is that sideways moving, or are we making... Nope, we're moving up. We're getting to that next level. 481, there we are. To 483. So we are... I'll tell you what, our systems are working. The only thing I wish is that I had more money that I could have invested back when I first said so, when it was much lower, and I would be up on those too. So that's the PDT rule. We're all going to have to write letters. And, it takes about maybe 15 minutes to write a letter and put it in an envelope and tap a stamp on it. Next time you get it somewhere, throw it in. Make sure you copy it. Or no, you could email even. Just email all the state representatives. If you really want to make a call, or, then you send it a physical letter maybe. Physical letters still have a purpose, And then if you want to up the ante on that, overnight it to their office directly. So we got 480.25. Yeah, you can overnight it and then get the extra, think about the impact of having something like that show up in your face. And then you could address it directly to the people or person that's making those choices, so they could see how much it's hurting people. It's really hopeless sometimes when you see it's a political problem, because of the political state we're in. Time now is 479.40. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Okay, that's good. Everything's good. It's just coasting, right? I like the 481 better, but I think it'll come back. There is a teeny weensy itsy bitsy parts of side movement on this, but depending on how you're looking at it, it could just be going up. Let's get it here. There we Okay, so we gotta get back on the day. I think we're coming up again. 480.53. Yeah, I think that's safe to say. This is my Twitter, so add me on Twitter at HappyHealer for President 2024, or I don't have it on here. I should. Oh gosh, I don't know if I could do it like this with everybody on. All right, let's see. Whoops. That's what it is. HappyHealer 41. Oh, it's already logged in? Oh, okay, next. So it's already logged in. Okay. All right, we're good with that. All right, so there's another one. Get another one in. And that one is at HappyHealer Love. I think that's love on that. HappyHealer Love. Oh, it did work. Now I don't know how to black the screen out so you can't see my password, but oh, I know how to do that. I could do it. I'm gonna shut it down for just 1 second. Just the phone part. There you go. Okay, so now I could sign in. What? Try it again. Gotta make sure. Let's see if it works. It's saying I'm running into an error. Anyways, you can add both on both. I can get on the other phone. So let's plug you back in so you can see. Alright. Let's go back to this. We are at 478.76. Alright, so, you know, it's on the bottom. It shouldn't go any lower than that now. And that's not that low. So 479.08. It should pretty much be on its way to better times. $478, huh? Yeah, I mean, they're not going lower than their previous ones, so I'm still okay with it. 479. It might have been that the the pattern is just taking on a slight change a little. That's all. It might be coming down just a tad, but not too much. See, 481.09. Come on. Come on. Pump it up. Let's go. Because once Moderna gets up to 500, man, forget about it. Then we'll be at 600 in about 10 minutes. And then we'll be at, if we really, this isn't actually going to happen, that I know for sure, but I can imagine, you know, like in my dream, right? Man, in my dream, I'd have a lot more calls in place, but I do have 5, but they're all way out, right? Anyways, so in my dream, it goes like this. So we, everything's good. We're at 480, locking in good, locked and loaded. In another, right now it's 12:30, so by 1 o'clock, we're firmly at, you know, breaking against 500. And then right from 500 on for the rest of the day, this thing starts to skipping tens of digits. So it's going 500. So by the time 515 comes around, now it's at 600. By the time 115, then by the time 130 comes around, it'd be 600. So that's 130. So then you'd be like 145, 700. You'd be like 2 o'clock, 800. That's when I would totally make I told you I was going to make an investment in some of these real big movements I think can happen. Not that the stock is worth that much, it would come back, but that it can happen. And if you're paying attention, you could really push on it, right? That it's technically it's possible. That's all. I didn't check their short interest, but I think they're still pretty high. Let's check it real quick. See, there we are, 483.61, 484.01 actually. There we go. See, this is exactly what I want to see, and the only regret is I can't access my money. Sorry about that one, right? Screwed up. I mean, what can I do about that? Maybe I can run over to Moderna. There it is, 484. Maybe I can come over here, come out. I have this pathetic $23. Maybe I can try and do something with it. I mean, can you imagine if that turns into something? Okay, so then if that's what we're going to do, let's go ahead and get back to this stock, Moderna. I mean, I don't know if that's going to actually work, but let's try. You go to options, you come here, and let's see. So how far is this going to go? 740, and then, so that's the same week. What is it costing is the next question. And how many are we going to get? Okay, so it's a quarter. We have 2506. No, we have, 23. So I got to make a low ball offer on this, or I can't even get it to go through. So let's say 24. Can I afford that? Okay, so 23.45 is as far as I can go. So I'm going to go 23. And I'm just going to make it. Maybe it'll go, maybe it won't. And if I pick up another call on that could become something special later. But that money sure wasn't that much. That was after all that brutal beatdown on Friday. After I got to transfer some money from that account over now because it was more successful. Okay. So, I don't know if that's going to go through, but that's as much as I could do. Yeah, it didn't go through yet. Oh, well, maybe it did. Let's go look at our positions. Wait a second. I think it's only in orders. So, it's an outstanding order at the moment. Yeah, if this thing keeps rising, I'm not sure that it's going to actually sell. Because the order, well, now it's up to 24.25. So, we'll see. It's there. It's sitting there. It's just sitting there. Yeah, I hope that can go somewhere, actually. $482.89. Let's get over to our... that's why I hung on to that call. It's my only juicy one, really. That's going up with the price. We're up 8.15 on it. Soon we'll be able to erase... Well, we got a bit more ways to go before we could start erasing the losses of today. But it can totally happen. And now it feels like I'm holding on too hard. Because we even had a price prediction by... What was her name? Hold on. We'll pull it up. Whoa. Let's get out of that. It wasn't that one. Maybe here. Can't find it. Oh, I found it. Okay. So yeah, 485, and that was said by Cozy Tech. So Jason, I hope you can hear now. It's all working fine. I think we retest 500 by the end of the day. That'd be definitely nice. I'm surprised you couldn't hear. I hope you can hear now. EMF, or who was it that was saying that? That was Jason. Alright, I'm watching that 487, 490 price. Will be close to 1.1 million shares needed to be hedged for around here. Yeah. Jason I started grabbing the little first prop, not enough for days though. I really want to see this thing go parabolic. When do you see around the time frame when some of us should start buying some puts, like it's going to go down significantly? Or is it just going to be little puts here and there, like down a little? Yeah, that's kind of like what I've been seeing. And my main price prediction is going up to 650, not going down. Going down is possible. And it could drop 100 points one day. I mean, remember, there's a lot of feelings in the market, sentiments, people who just utter things. Sometimes they're not true. So fear running the market and greed running the market. So a lot of things can happen out of that. But Moderna has really been pulling away, and I see it as being a lot more valuable. And I think the sober consideration of many others are starting to see the same. And that's what's driving its price. When will it start coming down? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm hoping, because at 1240, this has been, we got 3 hours and 20 minutes left to the trading day, and this isn't an upward trajectory movement. I would accept it, and I think that it's possible it could run the day like it did yesterday. Although it could do a lot of things once it's doing that. It could run the day like it did yesterday, or it could turn around. And so I think the better thing, my plan, is to stick with it until it shows itself impotent, and probably take a little loss on the way out. That's my plan. Now, how well I work that out, it's going to be a little bit difficult, because now I've accepted the fact that I'm likely not going to sell on the upside, because I want to keep it as long as I can, and that I'm going to accept some downside, probably more than I would like, before I sell, or I'm going to get bigger with it. And that's where I'm kind of thinking, and I'm locked in that horrible thinking because of the PDT trading pattern, the day trading pattern that's so unfair and favors rich and screws, regular people out of their movements. So we're at 480. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it went up and then came down. Let's see, it might do an up-down thing again, because it looks like it can jump up now like another $5. It's got some good volatility to it, doesn't it? Yeah. All right, let's get back here on here. It's come down to 479.89, but it is trying to make a turnaround. Like I said, I'll tolerate some losses because it looks like it's still on that tracking, right? It can turn around, and what does a peak look like? It almost looks like any other thing that's going on. Although that peak sort of looks like this peak a bit over here. Well, not really. A little bit. It's like this peak just a little bit. And it was going up, and then it did that crap, right? So it could do that if you look at these peaks. Although this is still pointing upwards, so. And it's at 481 now. I'm not sure, scrutinizing and getting out of it. That game has been talked about since $10 ago. Be practical, right? You followed it in that long and it did well. So, anything that you could sell it over 470 for, if it were to make a serious and dramatic drop and not come back, would be considered a win. If you can, because these days are going to happen like this, right? And if you can get and squeeze profit out of it more. Even though jumping in and out, I mean, if we had the freedom to jump in and out, you'd see all kinds of movements by your Happy Healer lover, because I know I can work this, work that real quick, but it's just not the way it works for us. We got to get rich first. I imagine some of you guys have it like that. That's fine. And then you can move around much easier. Although, be careful, 30,000 can become, 24,000 quick, and then you run out of that option. Looks like it's kind of extending a downturn, so should we hang on or get out while we can? Oh man, it could take a straight up stroll from here, do something wacky, but I'll tell you what, man, that downward, it's kind of looking like it did right over here. And then it picks up pace as it goes down. Look at that. So let's come back. And, we got to think about it. I certainly don't want to get out of it, but I'm going to tolerate more losses than that. I'm just going to do it for now. I'll probably tolerate more than I should, like I said. But I'm going to tolerate more losses. All because of the PDT. I know I can't get back in, and I'm pretty bullish. Now it's 470. Okay, that's enough for me. I think that, nah. Damn, that's hard because it really can come back, but it looks like it's getting hurt. I'm going to at least set up in a position. I'm going to get in the position. Right now, this sucker is 462 up. I'm really not wanting to see all that disappear. So, especially with the other accounts going the way they're going. Okay, should I send it right forward? Yeah, go ahead, get rid of it. I'm probably going to regret that. Oh, it didn't go through. Let's see. Cancel order. I don't want it to go through if it's not on my terms. Let's see. 476. So here we are. Now I'm at... So, oh, it's still going down. Okay, let's see. Go ahead and close that sucker out. I told you I'd accept... But maybe it's at its bottom now and it'll come up again. I'm going to check the chart first. It was so close to selling there. Did it hit its bottom, or is it going to go down more? The last time it did similar to that, this thing, it could be on a larger scale coming up still. I think I'm going to hang on. I got more of a tolerance than that, because once it's gone, it's gone. I can't buy another one. That's wrong, right? When you got to make decisions like that. And that's sort of that's bad. And so how does that help people? And I know I'm not the only one that runs into that same problem over and over and over again. Yeah, I'm sure as heck not the only one. So this thing is now stopped and it's trying to turn around. So I'd rather sell it on the way up anyway. Hopefully it's not just a little up and then massively down again. That's such a trap. Oh, that's such a trap. 475, 45. I'm going to keep it locked just if I can. It's going up a little bit. It's teasing. Man. There it is. There it is. It's coming up, hopefully. Come on. I'm going to show you the chart. Look. It's turning around. Now, how far will it turn around? Come on up. I didn't want to sell on the way down at all. And then I was looking for that bottom, and it might be a fake out bottom, which means it's getting ready to charge past that in a surprise manner. Or if you can, like, it's on some sort of cliff. It can go further, or we can climb up, or we can go further down. See, this is scary. Like, it goes like that, and then it comes back up again. So you're dealing with a very situation that's increasingly volatile, increasingly stressing. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's go ahead. Man, I don't want to leave the picture, but man, I don't have a choice. I'm out on that one. Why? Because I want to take that profit, and I took that profit. So if it continues down, I just took that profit. So for the day, we're down 1,100. I didn't want to end up much worse than that. You know, considering AMC's at 34.22, that'll come up more. And, you know, Moderna might have a better day tomorrow. And in fact, it might come back now still. I mean, that sucks. The PDT totally sucks. I should have the ability to sell out and get back in again. That's a fact. All right, but I still have those other plays, which are, quite frankly, let's see. There are 4 more plays I have. So we all still want it to go up. I got out of the biggest one because I had like almost $400 profit to take on that. And so I went ahead and took it before it responded too quick, before it, you know, lost all of its value, if that's what it was going to do. Because I don't want to lose the value on the other ones either. I wonder if now that it went down, I bet you I picked up that other contract. Maybe I did. Let's check. 474. So let's see if it's still open or if I picked it up. It's still open. Let's see why. So yeah, it might. Oh wow, it extended. And now the ask is 30 instead of 25. And so you might get a deal at 26, but not there. These 30 guys are gonna have to come down, but we'll see. Huh. All right, go back. I was hoping to see that one in there, then I'd at least have that one too. That's really the big thing, man. They shouldn't do that to people. Should be able to, you know, move your assets around. It's like the rich can. Oh, did it go through? Yeah, it went through. I got it. Let's take a look at it just to make sure. Yep, it's in my assets. Imagine if that thing brings it all the way back up to like, you know, 2,500. That can happen. That can happen. So yeah, we might be turning around right here. And I'm a bull still. I want to go up with you guys today now that we're on that upward movement. Now, we don't always get what we want, but what I can say is I'm holding on to all of these. Pretty much probably lose, win, or draw. They were cheap enough that, you know, I think one of them cost me a little bit more, but that'll become obvious once, you know, things get going. Let's see these levels. I have, as so far as Moderna goes, I have 3 740s here, and 1 740 here. So they're all 740s. I got rid of everything else, so they're all relatively cheap. Although one of these expires, all of them expire. Hold on, shut that down. All of these expire this week, except for one of them expires in a month. So I like that one that expires in a month, because that thing could probably really do something. Has time to, you know, not just the rest of this week, but several weeks to go yet. I mean, that's good. It could do a lot in that time. And that thing, I'll sell that for a good profit once it gets going. But it has to go the distance. And so that means it's going to need a push. And that may happen. Looks like we're starting to head up now. You know, now, was I a fool for selling that? No, because if it went down, I'm screwed. I don't want to lose out on all that profit. It was still worth $1,200. They don't give us the ability to move around. It's not some $25 or $50 side bet. That's like a huge chunk of money. And, you know, that's got to go to work. It can't be lost. And that's what I mean. In order to sometimes be a winner, you really got to be tested. And sometimes that test is difficult to pass, man. Because you got to make the choice between, Am I going to stick around in this thing, or am I going to let it go? It's a choice. And I think I help you guys really break that down in a way where you can analyze it and decide for yourself, agree or disagree, think about what your own thoughts are, measure them to what I'm saying. Turns out a lot of everything I'm saying is turning exactly like I think, isn't it? I'm not a fortune teller, let's be clear. I'm just a lover, and I do pretty good at helping people. I got 4 likes on it. It's okay. That's because I have all you guys over here. My group's over here mostly. You know, I have anywhere between 4 and 9 people just hanging out here. I want to grow that. I want our family to grow. Let me ask you, if I have a Discord, will that grow it quicker? And also, I probably should use better keywords because I program everything through OBS, and then I program it through another side thing I use, which is called Restream. You might have heard of it, but that gives you the ability to broadcast to 20 different channels. That's what I do. This one is not broadcasting to that much, but the main show, American Mantics, where I'm preaching about, this is such important work, that one goes to most of all the channels. But then otherwise, the sub-channels are all focused on their own things. Like Mind Mantics is focused on, very important mind stories that really help us grow and think about things deeply. And so, each thing has its own subheading. That's how it's organized. I like the way it's organized. I purposely did that. So right now we are at 472, and that's not good, right? Let's see what this thing is doing. Maybe it's put time for some of you guys. Again, I'm holding on to that call, and it might be a good time to buy if you think, right? So when you got a situation where everything seems like a good idea, then nothing's a good idea, right? It looks like it's a good idea to buy a put. It looks like it's a good idea to buy a call. It looks like, oh geez, I have mine into next week with those smaller positions. I think it's gonna run. I just don't know what day, and and I don't know for sure. So, I can't put that much into it, but 5 contracts that can mature from a quarter, literally, up to $25 instead of 25 pennies. That's a 100% increase, and the likelihood of hitting that is around 10-15% in my view. Well, then it's worth the effort, right? It's worth the bet. We're at 473.35. Yeah, I mean, if you're watching this show blow by blow, you see just how close I get this thing. So let's see what you guys are telling me. I'm listening to everything you say. And here, Jason says, I started grabbing the little ones. Probably not enough days, though. What do you mean, like those call options? Or put options? Let me read the one before that. That's Jason Fix. Maybe the conversation tells me, right? So let's go. It's on fire. It was on fire. Let's get it back. It'd be great. I mean, it changes so quick, doesn't it? That's what I mean by that. It changes so quick. That's why I look at the patterns. And when I seen that, I had to sell. I didn't want to. You seen how apprehensive. I even said I'd take a lot of pain, and I did. I mean, I seen it changing from 84 where it was. I seen I could have let it go around. I honestly seen the trend in the 80s. I seen it happening. And I even mentioned, I could sell it now, but I held on. I said, watch, it'll be wrong. I said, and it's gonna and it's gonna be that I sold it too late, even though I sold it in a way pretty good, right? So my version of late is actually pretty good. 472.60, 471.40. And what is our other friend doing? 30. Oh, that's good. AMC's holding. Good. So our PL for the day is 12.45. And remember, a lot of that is AMC. Some of it's Moderna, some of it's AMC, basically. AMC is down for the day, 170 on this one, and so let's say 500 of that is AMC. So like half of that is AMC. Yep, half of that is AMC. It's 12:58, getting ready to go on 1 o'clock. The price manipulation is 472, and that's what it is. Let's face it. Let's go see that. We're going to take a look at the volume, but one of my guys told me it looks like manipulation. I'm just gonna have trust on that, but I'll look. Trust but verify. Chart. Look at that. That doesn't even look like a natural drop. And just like I said, it comes down and then starts doing these huge drops. It's like, whoa, 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 right? And when it first started, and look at all that extra volume it had when it. If it had volume like that as it's dropping, it wouldn't be dropping. It would be rising, because there's not that many retail investors that are bearish enough to sit there and short sell the stock them very selves. No, we're looking at institutions. The short seller humans usually are not actually short selling. They're buying puts and contracts for the options market, because they're not stupid to buy short sells on a company that could run and then they have to pay the difference. That'd become more costly than running on options, which makes you a ton more money. Why would they do that? That'd be crazy talk. So I don't see these guys shorting anything. But if you right now time price is 471. Yeah, I don't see them shorting with a short sell position. On a put, yeah, but not on a short sell. Is it going to break through 470? That's the question right now. So yeah, you can get some cheap calls, Jason. You're right. I'll tell you what, Jason is right. If you're interested in getting calls, even for tomorrow, do you think your call's going to be cheaper right now or at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow? If you're planning on getting calls. Now, a lot can happen between now and then. It could turn out that some bad news or this or that hits, or maybe the market. Sometimes it's the market movements. And the market movements themselves cause a hard time. Look at the action. For the last couple of days, the market's been getting beat up, but we've been doing great where we are. And guess what? In growth stocks, they're continuing to do well, while everything else is sort of going into this off rotation. And that money's going into growth stocks like Moderna, like Tesla, like all these tech stocks. And that's really the market that needs to be like. That needs to grow by, $20 trillion in my mind. Although people need to be empowered. There'll be new CEOs, all kinds of new CEOs, but people who are serious about changing the world and bringing in the world of abundance. I really think that we can't rely on some crazy kind of, dictatorship to people. It has to be the free markets that are building this, but it has to be empowered and huge, and to invest in a great new world. Okay, 473.49. I know that seems huge, and a lot of people, especially older, but I talk to them and they go with it, is a little reluctant of that. But I say, look where you are now. People are dying. This is our chance. If we don't do it now, we might lose all that chance for all time to come. America is in already a decline. If we don't do something about it now to change it dramatically and bring people together, I'm pretty sure that'll cost us more than spending $20 trillion on the NASDAQ market. Imagine what we'll be spending in other ways. And all of that builds up. I mean, in this latest thing, they're worried about inflation. But when you're actually creating new innovation, people, that is how you deal with inflation. the best way to deal with it. Over years, that's how it's been proven to knock it down. And that's how those companies have become worth so much. And remember, we have a lot of problems we're not fixing right now, that they're continuing to get worse. Okay, right now we're coming back up, 470, 475. You know what I mean? And I talk to you guys. I don't get, sometimes I feel a little exasperated because I want my Happy Healer Lover heart to do so much more. Sometimes I feel like, man, I don't want to be in front of, 6 people. I want to be in front of 6 million people and talking. I know the kinds of love that'd be pouring out of me. And, so different than what the other guys do. And I want that chance, man. I want that chance so that I can really prove love and God in that way to be more superior than what this greed hell system is putting out and all the corruption. I want that chance to be in front of candidates like Meaty McGreedy and to challenge those ways, putting a casino in, not putting people first in the realest ways. I want that chance to change everything so that we can have a life worth living. Build it up, man. This is the life called game. We're the richest country in the world. We have a great special free market. If we don't use it now and we continue this decline we're on, we're retarded. We're wasting opportunities. And look at the big issues that people are upset about. They get mad. Everything from racism is a big thing, bigotry. I'm a gay guy, obviously. And, a lot of people don't know that, but it's what it is. And sometimes I make little remarks about, penis is nice, like maybe you'd catch on, right? And the fact of the matter is, man, people matter. All of us are so different, and we're all loved by God. And if people realize, I talked a moment ago about science and how magical this world is. Can't you see the majesty in it, the magic, and how beautiful it is? That's all God's world. Anything's possible in this world. Science is what unlocks it and opens it up and makes it possible. This is an electrical universe. We can actually build a world that you couldn't imagine. You just have to see it. And smart people who can imagine things you'd never imagine, you'd never even think of. Look at Einstein. In order to determine general relativity, what kind of imagination it took to imagine riding on a beam of light in order to see what is that a material? Is it an element? Is it physical? It's photons, it turns out. And it's got an instantaneous, it seems like, but it's not. It's just traveling very fast, but instantaneous presence wherever you point it. And it doesn't run out of liquid. It seems to just go for, imagine if you had that much water just by clicking a button. And so the world is super magical. And if we only realize what we're missing out on, yes, we have to invest. We'll invest in the other markets too, but maybe just to start out 20 trillion and then turn around and do an income for all that is healthy for people. This is what shows they have value. Do you realize the kind of morale boost we would have in this country and bringing people together based on that? They're suffering right now. And they're arguing over nothing, destroying the country further. The way you bring the right and the left together is by bringing massively good times and realizing that we can do this and that's really, the natural thing to do. We had dark ages in the past because we failed to grow as individuals, as people. We had a certain amount of progress in terms of our advancement, but we failed to advance as human beings, our culture, our ways. And that's what we must not do now because it's so close. We have this magical universe right in front of us just for the taking. We have CEOs like Elon Musk planning trips out to Mars. We need to be thinking massively in this way. We're not doing it enough. 20 trillion is but a down payment on the NASDAQ. And then add to that, we're doing an income for all through the market. Probably the NASDAQ. I like that idea, but maybe through the whole market. And that people can invest in the companies they love and that's bringing this world forward. All of a sudden, all Americans now are in charge of the market. So they don't hate the markets. They don't have animosity for the markets. They're rooting for the markets. They see their money's growing. And in the world of love, we're building that up much better. And we don't want to chew down our wealth. We want it to be huge so we can build big things and go the extra mile. We want a leader in a way that inspires people that were before sitting down but now willing to move for their dreams. They never thought their dreams were possible, but now they're there for the taking. There's financing, there's ways, and there's means, and there's people that care. There's new institutions that back you up and help you. Healthcare is considered an automatic done thing. We got to keep our people healthy so that they're best versions of themselves. This is the way that the whole system needs to change. And if we make it into the next 100 years, and if we make it to a type 1 civilization, it's because we found that. And if we fail to make it and we go into a dark ages, it's because we failed to become better as people. And then that's also how we fix racism and bigotry, because we're allowed to become better as people at that point. And that we recognize each one of us hold fault for what had happened. And in a great new world, we're doing things so much differently. We're getting rid of corruption. We're focused on taking care of people, that there's not this bottom class that's so left out that they're left to stealing and thieving and all this stuff without any kind of help and no love, no consideration for their lives, that they care, matter, and purpose and value, no father figures. All of that should be the concern of all of us in a village that raises our children. And that's what we have to invest in. People are too busy toiling like slave laborers to be able to focus on fixing the human problems. That's why we have to run into the future, not be afraid of robots, not be afraid of AI. This is all a gift from God. What we need to do is make sure that love and truth is guiding it, not that greed and lies and fear is guiding it, because you get two different things. This new technology in the world of greed hell, like in China, what you get is this new technology serves to keeping a tight fist on every last citizen. You know everything everyone's doing. That's how they use this technology. But in the world of love and truth, we use the technology to increase life, to increase the quality of every living life, and to make things easier for people. So yes, more robotic ability so that we can have robotic industry. We can have a robotic AI-driven economy where we have the first super consumers in this world. So possible. Raising the morale, raising the value in everything, the stock market, the value in life, dampening out that hell, dampening out that depression that kills, and just including and with love and having conversations and building in a transition. Increasingly, there's so much work to do. Building the world of abundance is not about building what we have now better. Building the world of abundance is about innovation, increasing and making new ways and means, not breaking what we have now before we replace it with what's so much better. That is the world of abundance. Not right now, what they're talking about is fixing what we already have. They're so backwards. We need to be building into the new world, the new age that solves people's problems. You know, when I'm a 42 right now, I want to be able to stay younger, healthier, and happier. This country doesn't care about that. If they did, I would love it even more. Look how I am now. And that they would take care of me and love me and give me that care so that I could be stronger in this world and work harder and give back to humanity. Nobody ever gets in this life, especially as children. They're just lovers. They don't get in this life as children and lovers and thinking to themselves, you know what, how can I be a jerk? How can I be a greedy son of a beeswax? How can I, in a corrupt way, take from people? They learn that. That's not natural. In our homes, we wouldn't tolerate our family acting as though our entire nation acts with each other and that people are expendable. They don't matter. We can't do that and survive. I mean, for your own family. And besides, that nonsense is not even true. You care about people, even the hardest and harshest people. Put them in an atmosphere where they are alone. God could do it in a moment. What they would want most is company. God gives you a gift, the greatest gift in the world, and it's your brothers and sisters. Take care of them. That is so important. You can't have a better world until you do that. But then you can have the best world possible because now you got rid of all those sins. Those sins are removed. Yep, right now we just kind of took right 471, 76, kind of in that, range. If we pull back on this thing to get a better view, we'll pull back again like that. And what you see is it's still up in that curve, but it's just, threatening to go down a bit more. I sold at about $4 or $5 above that mark. And right now, time is 1:12. Plenty of time for things to change in ways that we can't even imagine right now. But folks, isn't that what you want? Or do you like this world? We want to live in this world until you're older, and then guess what? Cancer comes and you can't get it solved. We didn't do it. I'm sorry, we were lazy. We were on the clock but not working. Sorry. That's how greed hell is. It does bare minimum. You can't pay somebody enough to care in the world of greed hell. All you can do is change and show them love, and then you motivate them. Love is a much more powerful motivational force. But you can't say you love somebody while they're left without the sustenance they need to go forward. The people in this world who are most apt, that their heart is telling them, that they're so compelled, just like I'm compelled to do happy healing, that they're so compelled to be a monk, for example. If this person goes and be a monk in the United States, he would not be appreciated. It would not be long before that monk, who's supposed to be spending every day doing meditation and being so serious about the answers to life, instead he would be having to work at McDonald's for minimum wage and then start losing his talents in what being a monk is. We have to shame on us for that. We have to help people be their best selves, and then we all benefit from it. These folks have answers then. Right now, it's like they're not their best selves. And for me, how did I learn so many things? Everything from, the German that I speak, granted I have a certain proficiency, and then of course, piloting, everything that I've learned how to do. How did I learn how to do all that stuff? If I didn't have the time to do it, it'd be impossible. Think about that. You gotta have time, my lovers. You gotta have time. You don't have any time. How many days are you putting to work? Maybe, you specifically, but people that, you can't show up to the party. A lot of these rich people, they got plenty of time. So they're where they want to be, when they want to be. They're in command of their lives. And the thing that their fear is most is that you might end up getting that life too. And in their minds, there has to be the slaves. Like Meet Kevin was talking today about the workforce, concerned once again about that. These rich people are so concerned about several things. Maintaining the value of $1 because they have so many of them. They're not thinking about let's grow, let's become bigger. If we deal with inflation, that's fine because we're all growing and innovating. This is the only way to get it done. We're all coming together. They're not thinking like that. They're like, no, just for me. I want to keep that dollar straight and strong and just for me. And I just want to keep, and they think like everything like that. I'm going to run from the dollar, which means how do we solve problems through the Fed? We can actually print money. It's like a great ability we have. If we use it right, we can do something special. But get this is what they do. They actually poop on the dollar, physically say it, they want the dollar to go to hell, and then they buy things like crypto and say that is where the wealth is going to be, and that's where it's going to hold forever. Granted, crypto's good, some of it, although their stated plan of getting rid of the dollar concerns me. Why does that concern me? Because we need to build a new world. Who's going to invest in it? The great new world of abundance. What one option do we have for that? The fact that we can print money, folks. That's it. It's how we deal with emergencies. It's how we can build. It's how we can grow. Right now, they're doing a new bill based on investing in this country in infrastructure, another couple $1 trillion. And guess what? We'll have maybe a little inflation here or there. It's actually not too bad. If we're building the great new world of abundance and people are focused on that, and that's what they're told we're doing, and essentially that's what the plan is, people come together on that. You raise this specter in the human spirit. That's what you do. People are happier. This is what they want. This is what they dream of. But they say, no, it's not possible. They're pessimistic. In greed hell, everything says it's not possible because it's the nature of what greed hell is. It keeps you locked in. It's just like when Meet Kevin is already assuming what your role is. Hey, I know you want to be a monk, but you're little nothing. You have no money. Money is value. So, little nothing, you need to go get a job. And no, you are not getting your peedly little $400 unemployment check anymore because my name's Meet Kevin, and guess what? The hell with you. You need to go get a job because the next time me and my family goes out to our favorite restaurant, we need you there serving us. That is your job in this life. That's your role in this life. Hey, why don't you get my course for $400 below? For each one of these courses, you invest like, let's say, $2,500 in all the courses. I think it's a little bit more than that because we have a price increase coming this Friday. And then you can learn some new talents and new ways in order to win. Like I win. I have $20 million. Look at me. I got $20 million, everybody. Look how much money I got. Look over here, 20. And then, so I know you're just minimum wage nothing, but I mean, gosh, you can buy a house. You can place one classified ad in a newspaper. Just place one classified ad in any newspaper around the country, and you can become a multi-billionaire doing this. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that the same guy whose ending was in a prison cell, slitting his throat, is not that far of a punch. And why is he slit his throat? Because of the corruption that he did that led to his imprisonment. And that is none other than Don Lepre. You might have heard of him from the 90s. And the small, just placed one classified ad, and he went down for that. Now here we have over here Kevin, Meaty McGreedy. Oh yeah, I know you're a janitor. You need to get your ass back to work. We can't go out and live our lives the way we want unless you're working and toiling for nothing. So get out there and work for nothing, you peon. And then you're out there doing that. In the meantime, this guy's making another $10 million on top of it, and you're getting nowhere. And that's exactly the kind of world that they want. And so when they see death and they see hell, they say it's a necessary thing so that I can have what I want, so that others like me, and also, and then they invoke the middle class. See, and the way the world works. That's how greed hell does it. And then they mock any kind of real movement that can make a difference. Hey, folks, we can come together and do love. Let's not let this happen, right? And then they mock that. Oh, look at us. They become mocking devils. Because the worst thing in their world, their fear tells them, don't let that happen, because then you'll mess up being a king in this world. If you got $20-30 million in this world, you're a king, because remember, value is not an innate thing. It's not a spiritual thing. It's not that you're actually truly valued, in other words. But the money is. If you have money, then it's value. People look at you and they say, hey, I want to marry you. It doesn't matter, you're an ugly duckling. I just want your money. And then so here, the person with the money doesn't feel it's true. The person who's giving it doesn't feel it's true. And, the way I've often thought about the world of God's love and a world where we get along together in that, and I've meditated on that so often and have considered it so often. I often think about how people once when I was younger and I was cut and I went to the gym, I'll show you pictures of that. I had like an 8-pack tan, man. I had everything going on. And, I'm 42 now. I can get back into it if I wanted, but I'm talking about then was the days. And, when I had sex with people, I would do it just, in some cases they were uglier, I would do it just as a service to humanity. I mean, I wasn't as serious even about happy healing then as I am now. But as a service to humanity, I said, these people need good times too with, I was considered pretty hot. And so, I would do that. And, and I think other people do that too. Like, people are not selfish, and I give real love. I think in the world of God's love that people are more giving in that way. People are so greedy and prude in ways that they don't have to be, in ways that cause things to become even worse. We're breeding our own new hateful breed of people that want to see America go down. That we got to change that. And the only way you do that is if you show people love, invest in them. And then when you do invest in them, even double it up by investing through the stock market, so then that goes up. And I just know there's so many better ways to do things. And if we could only get our act together, and I'll tell you what, that if we don't, then I died trying, because I won't give up. And I got 42 more years of that. I'm calm, I'm relaxed, I got my little medical marijuana. I could do this for another 40 or 50 years, however long I can go. Granted, scientists maybe might be able to extend that, but they're not doing their jobs very well right now. They're moving too slow. In the world of God's love, man, we're going to 1,000 times that up. We're going to make people forget. What are you getting into finance for? AI and computers can do that. No. Let's get you into a creation job. But that's what we are. We're natural creators. Everybody's a creator. And so you do what you want to do, but I don't know anybody who said, oh my God, I found my calling. What is it? I'm going to get into doing tax return audits. I love that. In the world of God's love, you don't even have to tax people. The robots are the ones working. Remember, I said you don't have to earn a living. Our brilliance done it for us. We can now move on. But the devil is holding us back, not allowing us to advance. We have to get to a type 1 civilization. It's going to take big investment and bold ideas. We already know we have the ability. We see that we have so much new ability. We just have to make those actions, man. That's it. Let Elon Musk tell you. If he heard it, he would agree. You have the ability. It's just about whether you have the people behind you to do it. And I'll tell you what, that's what I'm all about. I'm about uniting idiots that I love, and I'm allowed to say that, and because they know how much I love them. My life is dedicated to them. Maybe they went off and married, did whatever they're doing, and I had my problems, but right now, and insofar as a long time, my life has been nothing but dedicated to them. That hasn't been giving me any net plus like some major grand paycheck or advantage that other people don't get, or that in some ways I'm corrupt and making it work for my bank account. No, sirree. This is all 100% pure for people, and I care, and at some points I have no money, not even 2 pennies. It doesn't scare me. I work hard. I stay focused on what's right for God and what's right for people. And so that at the end of the day, when the dust is settled, I know in my heart for the last many years, I had my home in 2019, well before that, since 2015, well before Trump's run, I've been focused on this. Well, for one, dream, but also path. Remember, it's American Mantics. I did a lot of study to figure out what is the correct way to go, because there's so many people that are lost, and I don't want to be lost. I don't want other people to be lost. It's hindering our success. And you see problems that persist that we should be able to overcome. But they can overcome it because in each party, and I'll just go over this real quick, in each party they have 2 fatal flaws that makes both of them wrong. You have to be a complete humanity direction. You can't be, little humanity on this one and then a little humanity on that one. So on the left, that's completely inexcusable, is killing babies. Killing babies, come on. We have other ways. We have preconception. We have other ways to do this. We're smarter now. We've advanced. Let's not do old, archaic, and barbaric things just because of politics. Let's put humanity first. If you don't want to get pregnant, there's ways to do that and still have sex, still have a good time. There's nothing wrong with that. Just please put life first, my goodness. And then so if you have a baby, give the baby a chance. Now there's some cases where maybe it's extreme or a situation where the mother's life is at stake and doctors can decide on that. But we have to put people and actually say humanity matters. When we make all these investments, it has to be real. And part of that and getting that real is getting everything on humanity right. So babies can't keep being killed. That's like a devil worshiper dream. Come on. And look at this greed hell we're in already. All right, so that's number 1. The number 2 thing is on the Democrat side. Well, that was the Democrat side. On the Republican side, they might not want to kill babies en masse, but they don't want to give adults, me and you, everybody, health care. They think that's wrong. People are dying on the street. They say, they didn't live their lives right. To hell with them. They justify it. So this way it makes them feel better inside. In fact, sometimes driving past them, they will call them names. You bum, you! At the same time, this was a guy who just wanted to be a monk. He didn't belong at working Walmart shelves that you can have a robot alternatively do, but you have this living, breathing, feeling, experiencing man doing who wants to be a monk and serving to humanity in the year 2021, and you put your head out the window and say, you bum, get a job! Meow! There you go. We got a problem with humanity and we got to fix it. And the main problem that we have is leadership. When I came and give a lot of people answers, they often look at me and say, man, you're so right. You are so incredibly right. Price now, we just broke through 470, 469.73. Tough day on Moderna. But the floor didn't drop out at least. This thing with American Mantics will save our lives if we allow it. This thing with American Mantics has the chance to make life so much better. It's like living in the best dream, really, compared to this. This is hell, man. How can anybody live in this? We can change it, though. That's the great news. And what I notice is a lot of people are like almost emotionally attached to their right. They feel like it's right to be angry what the other side did. But that is so taxing on the soul. And to let that stuff go means you have more energy for what is right. That's so important for a healthy person, even for healthy living. You can't be angry all the time and be focused. Sorry, those are two different things. Focused is a derivative of being of clear and driven effort. Where does driven effort come from? Passion. Where does passion come from? Love. So it's part of the creation force. When you remove somebody and you denigrate them, you remove their value. You remove their own confidence in themselves. We're supposed to be building each other up. And, that's what it takes. So if I come in with a bunch of right answers, people are flabbergasted. And I've had them. I've got recordings of it, of me just showing poor guys who had millions of dollars in their pockets. And I know what it's like. Been there, done that. Not impressed. And instead sitting on the street, homeless themselves, living in their car. And I say, what's your deal, man? Oh, my wife left me. My kids don't talk to me anymore. Well, what happened? Well, I used to run this management company and I had they're worth a lot of money. And then one thing hit to another, yada, yada, hard times. Well, that's it. Money matters, bullshit, and the people don't. When that happens, he got dropped. Hey, man. And when I talk to him, he resonates with that. Yeah! Because the guy's like 2 steps from getting to kill himself. And he's in the hell, and he's hearing it. He's like, I never cared about that money. I just wanted love. Look at me now. Now I'm a 65 years old man. I'm healthy, and I could live for another 30 years, and I got to start over because this is how greed hell does. And I tell young people, you're supposed to be fighting for a better world. And you get it. A lot of young people, they're like, you had me at the first word, bro. Where do we start? And so they're really on a great path. And I'm so proud of them. And, a lot of people also, because I said this special gift, you're not going to get the one that I talk about. You're not going to get this special gift unless you're getting it from somebody that's pure, that cannot be corrupted. Because the corruption will come and try you. Meaty McCready, forget about it. He's already, the words I've heard him say, he's already proven he's willing to be corrupted. That's the thing. You cannot be corrupted. People matter. They have purpose and value and a sacred reason for living. It drives everything. The markets, they're massive and have their agenda? No. The market's agenda is to serve the people. That's what it's meant to do. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll get it focused. We can make it better and get rid of short selling for sure. And unless somebody can really honestly, and I think a lot of people debate that. Elon Musk has said, get rid of it. It's the way I feel. Why in the hell would you have a mechanism where somebody who doesn't even own anything, doesn't have stock in the company themselves, until they touched it, they were just a side member, just looking on. They were a witness. And looking at this thing, they decided they wanted to get in and sell, but they don't have a share to sell, so they can just sell it anyway. And in some cases, it's just that blatant that it was never covered until some weeks later, but the damage was done at that moment. That's not right, man. And we're destroying companies like that. That's market manipulation, man. Do you know how much money I've lost on that? And I'm sure you can agree with that, man. I mean, think of all the times that you had money sitting on that option call, so expensive, and then it starts getting hit and hit and hit. And there's only one individual or entity that has that kind of money to keep doing that. You see that the level of volume has doubled and tripled, but yet the stock price is going down. That's because there's more than 2/3 of those are sell orders done by market manipulators. We're supposed to have that there, killing our companies, killing our hope? Nah, it's gotta go. It's gotta go, and go now. It costs me money. It's cost you money. That's what it's doing. It's taking from the retail investors. And it's taking from the companies. And it takes from everybody and enriches only one. When I said about Meet Kevin, here he is, a man who's made his fortune. In greed hell, it's always that when somebody's successful like that, they're surrounded by a bunch of dead bodies that I consider those who lost in order for that person to win. Because there's 2 businesses out there. Somebody gets a flat tire, they fix tires. one of those are going to go without. So for every good deal, the other guy has to be without. And so that's how greed hell often does. Now, it's not a big deal that that's how the free market works. We can work with that. But on the side, we have to take care of people. And we have to maximize everything. And we have to grow into the 21st century that our leaders failed to do. Thank God they didn't even try. They would have been totally wrong. Although their corruption is spent, if they took $20 trillion to build something, forget about it. That's going to be nothing but corruption. So you would never do that. But in the world of God's love, knowing what the goal is, that's just a simple down payment on the things we're doing. But don't worry, when it's all done, you build something so great. I mean, it's worth well more than you put into it. And that's what America needs to do. And the funny thing is it's really so much in a psychological mind that happens. Some of it's laws, but there is a concrete plan that can be followed that most people will embrace. I talk to them, they embrace it. They're done with this hell. They don't want to have to spend so much of their effort just chasing after sustenance when their real goal is to chase after progress. It's the truth. There's so much land in America, we can spread out, we can have much better lives, or we can build up, however we want to do it. We have so many options, and we can take care of our problems better with new abilities, scientific new abilities. I mean, this is the thing that helps win wars when they're out there. Of course, the best way to avoid war is to be a happy healer lover and to avoid them through smart politics, smart loving initiatives. You're not being threatening, you're building up, and guess what? You're getting stronger. People don't want to mess with that. And again, it's a transition. You don't go on day one, oh, we're happy healer lover land, so guess what? No more military. In the meantime, you got all these threats. No, this is the time you have to buckle down and keep everything as kosher as possible, because what's up next is this great, big, abundant building up of America. We don't need anything to get in the way of that. We don't need a war. We don't need any of that crap. All we need is to make progress. Now, if those other things happen, we'll be many more times capable to deal with it because people will be motivated. They'll know what they're fighting for. Right now, there's no direction. It's chaos and hell. No, people aren't programmed like that. They need to, together, for our American spirit to exist at all and to be a workable thing that can work back and hand back and give energy to us, we have to actually have goals. We have to have missions, and those missions are clear what they need to be. It's about fixing the problem of humanity. Right now we are at, surprisingly enough, 469. It's not been moving too big today, honestly. So this looks like the bear day is going to hang on a bit longer. We have 2.5 hours till close. And today has largely been, with the exception of a bump up to almost 500 and then over 500 maybe, almost. And then it's been challenging, but not that bad. Tomorrow we'll open, if let's just say we stay in this area right here, tomorrow we would open around $470, right? And that could easily, I mean, we're, in the grand scheme of things, we're actually sitting at the top of the barrel. And, once we break over to 500, I really think that, some new mechanisms will kick. It might be a little difficult to get through that 500. Remember yesterday when we were trying to get through, what number was that? I forget, 450? It was just hard, and some of these numbers are very hard. I don't know if 500 is going to be that, but it could be just approaching that. That's difficult. Not to mention we have these short attacks. And, man, the short attacks. Yeah, you wouldn't have the short squeeze, but who needs a short squeeze or a short attack? Who needs any of that manipulation when the stocks are just steadily going up good? And that's what a good, healthy market would do. I think that 650 for Moderna is going to turn out before earnings. I don't know when. It might touch 650 and then come off it again, and then after earnings come back and appreciate itself. Moderna has this effort where it appreciates itself in time. I always keep all this stuff. I keep so clean. I don't like keeping dirty. I don't want to be. I'm not dirty. So, all right. So, and I keep nice and clean shaved, everything. So important. I'm representing. God is the way. And I like my t-shirts because I get the big packs. They're cheap. I get a nice, clean clothes every day. And, I'm in my van. People understand. I'm not going to be wearing big old, dress shirts and all that stuff for what we're doing here. We're talking about God and love. And we're making a lot of progress. And guess what? Once I get into Happy Force 1, things get to even progress more. And guess what else? I'm actually telling that story of when the bus burned down. I had a big fire going back about a year ago on my previous Happy Force 1, which is the main coach for everything. It'll be my home, it'll be my office, my studio. It's huge. It'll have so many capabilities, solar energy, and onboard generator that'll pump up 20,000 watts in order to do its own events anywhere it goes. I mean, this is exactly all things I've engineered and was placed in the previous Happy Force 1. And then on one Sunday morning, 1 year ago, it had a fluke fire that started from the engine, and it traveled all the way through and burned up the entire coach, and it was all done within 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops. It progressed fast. Diesel doesn't blow up. It had a full tank, so that was still sitting in there when it was all done. Isn't that funny how diesel's flashpoint, it's so, you have such a fire like that and it still doesn't blow up. But yet what's happening when that fire is happening? You see such huge smoke coming through. And let me see if I can show you guys what this fire looked like. Hang on. I'm going to show it to you in a minute here. This fire was something else. It's all happened to my house just so recently. I have actually a video of it, so hang with me here. I'm putting it on. Hanging with me. Yeah, we're going to go to this one. Okay, because I got to open up a window. Okay, window capture. Sorry, guys. It's going to be just 1 second. And I got to do the right one because I have so many of this and that's up with you guys. Let's see. What's that one? Best epic. We'll do that one. Okay, so that's fine. We'll click OK on that. Now I have a window. Okay, now I got to open that window up. Okay, wonderful. Now we got to move that window over. Okay, now we're going to get some voice added to it. So we'll get some voice activation. So with voice activation, the way we do that is, and I'll tell you where the stock price is. It's not moving much. It's coming up a little, 473. That's good. Maybe we'll have a gift when we come back. Okay, so there is, and I want to show you this fire. So what we're going to do, let's come over here, and then I'm usually signed into the right account here. So you go in there. We're going to have to go down a bit because all that's wrong. And then we're going to have to, let's see. I have to take my little headset. Where did I put it? Here it is. I got to shut this headset off because otherwise you won't be able to hear. Okay, that's off. All right, now we're going to go to the fire, and this is pretty intense. Look at this thing. This is not the full story. I'll have a lot more to add to this, but yeah. Look at that. I don't know if you could see it both ways, but we'll keep it like that. I mean, wow. Now remember, this was all, everything. I had put so much into this. I sold my home to do Happy Healing. I so believe in it. This journey has been going on for so long. There is so much behind this. And quite frankly, that's just fine. This is my life's mission. I'm never giving up on it. Because, I mean, what else is there to work harder on? There's nothing else to work harder on, dedicate one's life to, because, well, there is, of course, but not for someone who knows all this stuff. I've done the math and I understand that this is my calling, so to not do it would be an integrity issue. But then to do it and to have these problems, this is how the devil attacks. So you got to be stronger and come back anyway. Imagine how many people would have lost their hope when this happened. But that's how strong of a happy healer I am. Okay, let's carry on. This is my home. What am I going to do with myself? Everything I own right there is gone. Yep, that's what happened. And, you know, that's so sad to me that that had to happen like that. Because it really didn't. But it's just a fluke thing. And let's go back here. The Bryce is just kind of lingering where it is. Oh, that's funny. I made this video.
Whatever you want to call yourself, you're...
How can I get this right? Hold on. I gotta get it right in the right area. There we go. Whoops, I hope it's the right area. Yeah, there it is. That's better. Alright, check it out. Now, realize I did all this through Filmantics. Oh wait, I pushed that too far back. This ultimately, I know you get that. And so we are on the same page in so many things. Here we go. There we go, right here. Because I was with our good, what do you call it? The mayor here. We had a good time together, and I was preaching to basically all of them. I came to where the mayor was giving a speech, and there was like 400 people, and I announced my candidacy. It's getting ready to start. Here it goes. It's in the set. I'm such an artist. I want to do things always so much better than I do. And the thing about it is, once I get Happy Force 1 open, you're going to see a much better setup too than just the way it is now.
Are a cop out, and we're just going to call you the way we see it. You're not Mayor Buttigieg or Buttigieg or whatever you want to call yourself. You're...
That's me in there. I actually put myself in there. I have that talent. Watch this. There I am. Check it out.
Democratic presidential debate from the Arts Center in Miami.
As we continue the questioning, we want to bring in more members of our team.
So let's turn it over to Chuck Todd and Rachel Madden.
Watch this. I have one with Trump too.
Rachel, I had a dream that we've done this before.
And folks, I have one with Trump as well, where I actually debate. I do like a little mock debate. But I have one with Mayor Pete too, because Mayor Pete was annoying to me. A little gay dweeb that's going to give a bad name to gays when we're trying to bring this country together, and people need to see normal, innovative, loving people representing all of us, not dweebs.
No, didn't happen. Definitely first time. Thank you, Lester Savannah and Jose. Let's quickly recap the rules one more time. 20 candidates qualified for this first debate. We've heard from 10 of them from last night. We're hearing from 10 more tonight.
Well, I got a fire under me. I'll stand straight and strong for people that, and when they matter. Oh yeah, and I'm effective with that. I'll embarrass someone bad, and I don't get embarrassed easy. But I don't get embarrassed at all. I'm already out there.
Over the course of the next hour, we will hear from all of these candidates.
You're my family. I love you. I'm honest with you.
With Mayor Buttigieg. In the last 5 years, civil rights activists in our country have led a national debate over race and the criminal justice system. Your community of South Bend, Indiana.
He was trying to get out of this. It pissed me off.
Over an officer-involved shooting.
We do better.
The police force
Much
in
better.
South Bend is now 6% black.
in a city that is 26% black.
They're propping him
Why
up
has
to be
that not
president.
improved over your 2 terms as mayor?
Because I couldn't get it done. My community is in anguish right now.
That's such a
because of an
cop-out.
officer-involved shooting. A black man, Eric Logan, killed by a white officer.
Oh, he can repeat.
And I'm not allowed to take sides until the investigation comes back. The officer said he was attacked with a knife, but he didn't have his body
Wait until
cam
I
on.
give this guy what he
It's
deserves.
a mess, and we're hurting. And I could walk you through all of the things that we have done as a community, all of the steps that we took from bias training to de-escalation, but it didn't save the life of Eric Logan. And when I look into his mother's eyes, I have to face the fact that nothing that I say will bring him back. This is an issue that is facing our community
We're at 470,
and so many
73.
communities around the country. And until we move policing out from the shadow of systemic racism,
This is only a couple
whatever this
minutes.
particular incident teaches us, we will be left with
It's
the
almost
bigger
my
problem
turn to get in his face.
of the
Watch.
fact that there's a wall of mistrust put up one racist act at a time, not just from what's happened in the past, but from what's happening around the country in the present.
Yeah,
It
they're trying to
threatens the
make
well-being
anger
of
and
every
divisiveness.
community, and I am determined.
They want to be divisive and cause anger in the people, but yet they're not trying to fix anything. That's just so that they can get power. That's how they get their power, is when they stoke anger. Right now we're waiting on the connection to go. You know, I do all this off of his cell phone, but the connection we have with you guys should be pretty good, because it's a slightly different connection. Yeah, it's working just fine. So this one is almost going to come back in. I'll just tell you where the stock is at right now. And it's moving around. It's 471.17, and it's kind of on a turnaround upward trajectory. So I'll keep you updated on that. This is about to take off here again. This video that's obviously, I don't know if it's stuck. It's at 1818. So let's go ahead and just redo it. Oh, it fell back. It should be 1818. Let's get it back where it belongs. Nah, I'm tired of that part. If anything, that's the part that'll get me in trouble. All this video, all the good things,
The
everything
exact
said, they want to
same
take it
thing.
down over
A
1
feeling
second.
not of fear, but of safety. I am determined to bring that day about.
Thank you.
That's me. No.
Excuse me. No.
Here, what we'll do is pause the
I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Mayor Pete, this isn't time for leadership. You failed to take leadership in your own city. Sir, you've done it in your city. I don't think the American people
That's right.
Sir, you have done it
The
in
people
your own
were
city.
liking that.
I don't think you should allow him to take care of our policing, nor is he capable of taking care of our people.
That's right.
He has let us down. He has failed over and over again.
Over and over.
Quite frankly, you want to know what he's good at? He is great at showing the American people
But not
that no
the-
matter how privileged you are, it doesn't make you a better candidate for the presidency of the United States of America. No, sir. What works
Oh, shit.